Damn. Yo, Josh. Morning to you, buddy. You too, Shio. Good to see you guys. So what the heck? Where's our balance patch? What up? Good to see you, Fawn. Koro, amazing top 10. Morning to all of you. You guys are quick on the spot to get in here. Hey, Lucky Angel. Balance patch probably next week, but why? Why? I mean, the last two were late because of World Cup. Other than that, they've never been late. Why are they late now all of a sudden? People on your Discord are saying always 2 weeks after EEs, but that's the first I've heard of that too. I don't know. I know just about every single content creator pinged the entire Smilegate community this morning saying, where's the balance patch we were all expecting? Feeling a little bit better. This one's holding on to me tough, man. I have triple S operator. Where's the justice? Oh my god, really? A triple S operator cigarette? Wow. You can refresh the last daily headhunt spot with no daily cooldown, like just unlimited spamming of it as long as you have currency? Wow. I'm really glad they did that. That's huge because I was worried about that. I was like, man, it's like there is a chance, right? There's 17 heroes that you can't get on the list, so there's a chance that you won't be able to get the hero you're fishing for, and that takes that chance almost down to nothing. That's a really nice improvement. Thanks for letting me know that, man. That's good. You got Landy after 11 effing rerolls. Oh my god. Yeah. You still would have got her, right? You'd have to get up to 17 or 18. No. You have to get up to 23 rerolls, I think, to run out of days in the event. Oh, hell, let me just look. Yeah, anybody that says that they got up to 30 rerolls, they would have actually not gotten the unit with the old system. But I don't have to reroll at all because right here is Conqueror Lilius. Ah. Oh, really? It actually lets you reroll something that's already on the board? I thought it would just spam the ones that you didn't have. Oh, well. But that's nice. That's the same. It just stalls it and makes it take longer, I guess. Ooh, otherworldly chest. Be something amazing. What the fuck? plot twist, the balance patch was Lua. Yeah, that was the entire balance patch. Man, ain't no two of these things go together, really. I mean, I guess if it just rolls all into health and ER, maybe, but without speed, what a beautiful piece of garbage. Okay. Keep doing that. Okay, keep doing that. Okay, keep doing that. That's fine. God damn. This is 90 pre-reforge. I mean, that rolled about as perfect as it could roll. The 5 up here was the only thing that kind of slowed it down from being an absolute perfect piece. We take it. Yeah, yeah. Actually rigged. Excuse me. Okay. No. Well, maybe one more. No. Okay. Yeah. I'm really kind of hungry for injury gear, so even though this is pretty awful... Okay, yeah, thanks, we're out. Okay. None of this is good. Range, simple... Are getting any rift buffs this weekend? We've got kind of a semi-rift buff with the, otherworldly chest back, but nothing's been announced. The only thing that's officially announced is we have free on equip this coming weekend. Not like tomorrow, but like next week. Black Friday week. Right, Biomans? Hey, take care, Josh. Good luck to you, buddy. Why are people expecting a balance patch today? Shouldn't it be in 2 weeks? No, it should be today. Balance patch is always 8 weeks after the prior balance patch. Hello, sure have been asked, but do we have... No, we don't know when the next balance patch is. It was supposed to be today. Yes, it's been 8 weeks since Mort was announced. Mort was announced on September 27th. Do the math. But, yeah. A whole bunch of us spammed Smilegate this morning saying, what's up? Where's our balance patch? Don't have an answer yet. I guess we'll see. So yeah, those of you who are waiting for the balance patch before locking in your ML5, you got some decisions to make. Do you want to keep waiting? And waiting? And waiting? And waiting. Ugh! Nice! I know it's on torrent, but 20 speed with an effectiveness main stat, we take those. We take 20 speed effectiveness main all fucking day long. Doesn't matter what the set is at this point. Hell yeah. That piece changes things. Whoa, 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 whoa. I got punch drunk there and was leveling boots. Excuse me. I've gotten to the point in the healing where the congestion's kind of gone and all the drainage is happening, so I'm coughing non-fucking stop. Isn't that lovely? Any news on the Galaxy Coin Shop rotation? We'll probably get that next week on Tuesday or Wednesday. At the earliest on Monday. They usually only give us that info 1 or 2 days in advance. Hey, hey, thank you for the sub, buddy. I appreciate it, man. Tier 1, baby. Ah, now it's kind of bad. Well, is it kind of bad? Is it really? I shouldn't be doing this. This feels like a waste. Oh my god. Minimum, minimum, maximum. Do I really need injury? Damage, injury gear this? I guess I do. Man, and you gifted too? Holy smokes, 5 gifts. Xerox, thank you so much, buddy. That was really, really kind of you. Unlike this piece, which was not very kind to me. Although, I guess a quad roll crit chance. We can't really complain about that, right? That's what, like 23% crit chance? Yeah. That's 2 crit sets and 1 sub stat, so that's pretty good. Yeah. Man, thank you so much for the gifted. I really appreciate you. That's really huge of you. No patch appeared, man. No patch appeared. Yeah, I legitimately went into the influencer server this morning and just told him this. Valky asked him where it was too. A lot of us are a little confused that it's not here yet, but the thing about unofficial, unannounced schedules and expectations of routine is it only always happens on this schedule until they decide to change it. They've never said anywhere patches release on an 8-week schedule. They just have for the past 6 years, so we kind of expected it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just a few days late or if they've delayed it for internal reasons or what. Any suggestions on who to headhunt if I don't have any of the strong RTA ML5s? I don't have most of the top units on the tier selector. Maybe we go over that a little bit later. We'll talk about AI for a little bit. Maybe we'll tier list out okay, I guess let me ask this question, Dee Dee. Are you looking to get into RTA, getting into PvP, or are you saying that you want units who are, you know, top tier but can be used outside of RTA? You know, Bruno, that was like a knee-jerk response that I had too, but the more I think about it, the more I think of, you know, what's their motivation? There's not really a financial benefit to forcing people's hands on that I can think of. Unless, Unless the new ML5s, right? Who was on Banner that was kind of bad? Pirate Flan. Who's on the next Galaxy? It was Flan. It was LRK, who's already really good. It was like LRK and 3 kind of, yeah, Dark Corvus. Unless they are bounce patching them and they want to encourage people. Oh yeah, Kairon. They want to encourage people to spend on the next banner. That would be giga scummy, but you never know. Wow, that actually triple minimum rolled. That's pretty amazing. It takes effort to be that bad at the game. Yeah, probably not just a buff, but like an insane buff, right? Stop rolling 2s. So no balance patch? Yeah. It's, first thing I did this morning is, jumped over onto Stove to look at the bounce patch notes, and all we have is a Who Am I skill icon quiz event. Which by the way, if you want to get a couple of leafs, you can come in here and look at these skill icons and figure out who it is. And you'll get 2 leafs for participating. And literally all you need to do is come down here and highlight this, right-click, copy, and then paste your response up here, and then in a few weeks, 2 leafs will drop into your account. So everybody should do that, right? Here's a link to the Stove page. Make sure you jump in there and go get your 2 free leafs for learning how to hit copy and paste. Just make sure when you copy and paste, you change it to your name and your server. Hey Tristan, I'm about to do my 90+ galaxy summons. Bless my pulls. Bless this, O Lord. Otaku's pulls, that with them he may pull a unit to smite his enemies in thy mercy. And the Lord did grin, and the people did feast upon the anchovies and carps and breakfast cereals and biscuits and small chalupas. Amen. Hope that helped. So not bad. We've gotten 3 keepers so far this morning, right? Three keepers and 1 freaking god tier piece. Volume warning on this one, but do you think we're ever going to get the ML Blessing 3 for 0 defect and Runway Fighter? That was promised a year ago. And here we sit. So I don't know what changed their mind on that and why they're dragging their feet on it so much. But there's a list I post every month in the Smilegate server of things that are yet unaddressed that we've asked, and it's part of our monthly talking points, and I think that's number 7 on the list, is what's going on with the Moonlight Theater Moonlight Blessings, and when are more coming, because they're very, very, very overdue. But yeah, they gotta release more chapters. A lot of us think that's why they aren't finishing the Moonlight Theaters, right? The only one that is somewhat finished is is Fallen Land. And they ended it on kind of a cliffhanger, right? There's clearly a season 3 where they end things, but the cast board is finished. We've got all 9 pieces in our cast board, so they were, you know, since the cast board is finished, they were able to do the Moonlight Blessing for it. But the other theaters, I mean, they're clearly not finished. The cast board isn't big enough to do a Moonlight Blessing on. The only one that's even close is Zero Defect City, right? But still is missing somebody from the cast board to put on here before they can do the Moonlight Blessing. Oops, shoot. We're missing a bunch of people from Conqueror of the Ocean. We've only got 1 season. Days of Piercing Cold. Only 1 season. We're missing like 6 units from this one. And this one, and then they just started this one. So yeah, these are all really, really far. And a lot of people are like, yeah, they can't finish these because if they finish these, they've got to give us free ML5s instead of selling them. I hate to think that that's a reason for them to not finish their damn stories. But it sure would be nice to see some of these stories, you know, end or get more info from them. Not that I don't like this story. I haven't read this story yet. I'm sure it's wonderful. But I'd like to see what happens with my dragons and robots and pirates and not so much the models, but, you know, and also see this cliffhanger end. But here we sit. And even if there wasn't a Moonlight Blessing involved, I feel like I've read a whole bunch of books that one of my favorite authors wrote, and then my author died before finishing the series, and we've got like friggin' 6 or 7 books here that just aren't being finished. So Smilegate, please. I know you're trying to do new things, and I respect that, but take a few minutes out and get some writers on completing these stories. Carpe Diem. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate you, man. There's no Moonlight Theater.
Guild achievements.
There's a new Moonlight Theater about Bry. Yeah. This Moonlight Theater is all about, well, right now this is all about Sharoon and the ocean, but you know, it's clear this is going to tie into
Briar Wittex Lionheart ML Theater.
Yeah. You would think this is going to be chapters 2 and 3, and with Flan getting the skin, maybe we'll get more Conqueror of the Ocean story where about Flan turning into the Sea Witch and no, wait a minute. Was I got it in my head that Flan and Landy were from the same world as Lionheart and Bry. I thought they were part of the same world. Where did I get that from? Were they together in an animation? Because Flan and Landy are in the same world as Celine and Moon Bunny, and Celine and Moon Bunny are from the same world as Landy, right? Yeah, because there were scenes with Moon Bunny and Celine with Flan and Landy, but aren't they the same? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Lionheart and the Witch are different. From Journal I can check. Let's look. Wonder if I'm getting my wires crossed. Maybe it was just some of the key words, right? She embarks on a journey and a desire for conquest, and the song Conquest for Victory and all that stuff with Landy. Maybe that's it, but let's look at where's the friendship stuff on her relationships. Yeah, it's just this. Maybe Moon Bunny. I really thought they were in the same world, but I can't remember why. It's under the Moonlight tab. Ah, thank you, thank you. Moonlight. Zero Defect City, Piercing Cold, Runaway Fighter, Fallen Lands. There you go. Chronicle of the Last Witch. Yeah, so Chronicle of the Last Witch is a Moonlight theater we've not even gotten yet. So yeah, and I'll be honest with you, they'll probably start this story before they finish any of the freaking others. We don't have this story yet, right? We don't have the Celestial Being story either, which is probably the least likely to be done. Time Jumper Charles, yeah, right? So yeah. Hey, 10-year plan, am I right? Thanks for the blessings. I got the dupe I needed for a Taiwan. Hey, if you're happy, I'm happy. Who are we fighting today? These guys monsters. They're pretty good. My biggest regret of E7 is starting at the anniversary and missing out on New Moon Luna. Well, buddy, that does suck, but hang in there. She'll be yours. She's not limited. She'll get rerun. Just prepare a place at the table for her. I want to lock in my Headhunt. Smoggy's teasing me about dropping the patch. Yeah, fuck Guild Wars. You want to talk about Ancient Inheritance? Let's talk about Ancient Inheritance. Okay, guys. This is Ancient Inheritance. At least it will be in 2 days. It's under the battle tab. Right down here, right? How many of you guys have never done AI before? Anybody? Anybody like brand new to this, or are all of you pretty strong veterans of this? The last one we had, I think, was in August or September. Oh, good. We got some newbies. So this is a very unique and interesting game system. It's not like anything else inside of Epic 7. It's very, very, very different. And some people love it. Some people think it's a monumental pain in the ass and hate it. But the rewards are really, really hype. Information Mix says, I have another question about our packs later. I mean, go ahead and ask about it. We're just going to be rapping about this. I've got a script that I've been working on to, basically a rough outline for Ancient Inheritance for the video that I'm going to put up. So you guys can help me flesh that out by, asking questions that, I haven't really been able to answer yet. But, first things first, though, like with Ancient Inheritance, the big question everybody has is, what's my motivation, right? What are the reasons that I should do this? So before we get into even talking about how it works, let's talk about what you can get out of it. Content update modified? What was modified? You show modifications usually in red, right? This wasn't red before. Here we go. Okay. Anybody know what I missed here, or what they changed? They didn't give Stenny a speedy, did they? No. Huh. Okay. Regardless, so this is Ancient Inheritance, and it's a special guild-based PvE event, and it starts on Monday. It runs for 2 solid weeks. And the big reason you want to do this is the shop inside of AI and the drops you get from completing AI. And what you get from it is some of the best gear in the game, stat-wise. This year, it's going to be an injury set and a defense set, which is not the most pog thing ever, right? I mean, injury set is usable on decent units, but you know, it's not like last season where it was destruction set and everybody wanted it, right? But there are some units that use injury set, Harsettis, Bellions, Alencias. I've seen people run it on Morts. There's definitely uses for it. It's not like it's revenge set or some dead set, right? And the defense set, it's a 2-piece set. You'll slot it in somewhere. Even as a broken set, there are plenty of, well, not plenty of, but there are many defense scaling units where these pieces can really take it to the next level, especially if this is a crit damage main, and it probably will be on the neck. So it's definitely worth doing. And also, you know, there's Restoration Mastones. These things right here, these greater modification boxes, these are sought after, and you should, if you complete Ancient Inheritance, you'll walk out with like 5 to 10 of these things. There's also other things. There's Molagora, there's bookmarks. There's plenty of stuff to buy from the shop that are worth it, so it's definitely something you want to participate in to get these rewards, right? Some of them come from killing the floor bosses. Some of them come from the shop. There's lots of guild chests that are loaded with elemental summons and more Molagora. Plus, it's a very different thing to jump in and chew your teeth on. Now, let's see. So, Ancient Inheritance is structured. What's the best way to show this guy to you? Let me pull up one of my old videos where we did a walkthrough. Not season 9, not season 8. You know what? Let me just check my playlists. Oh, I know why it's not showing here. We didn't do videos. We did freaking live streams of this. Well, shit. We'll just have to look at season 9. Day 2, Day 2, Day 2. Where's the fucking playlists? 10, Season 9, there we go. Okay, like... Okay, so... when Ancient Inheritance finally goes live, you're able to click the start button. And let me get this out right away, especially for you new players. Monday morning, the day it goes live, click the start button. I don't care if you're prepared. I don't care if you've got to go to work and you play Epic 7 later in the day. Before you even brush your damn teeth. Step 1, log into the game as soon as you wake up. Go into the battle section, click start, and have yourself appear on the map like that. Okay? The reason you want to do this is once you appear on the map, once you spawn into the map like that, and you get to choose your relics, now you are eligible for any rewards your guild collects, even if you turn off the game and don't play the rest of the day. But if you're not on the map and your guild collects rewards for you, or guild collects rewards, you will not get the rewards if you haven't spawned onto the map. So make sure the first thing you get on the map, and then close the game, go to work, do whatever the hell you need to do that day. And that way, while you're AFK, any rewards that happen, you will still qualify for because you are considered to be a part of the event. You understand? This is what gets you on the reward roster. Otherwise, you don't get rewards. Now, at the start, you're going to be faced with selecting a starting relic. Don't sweat it too much on which relic to start with. I know this is all a little confusing for new people. Trust me, I'm going to explain all of this. It'll be very, very clear. It's a lot, but it's pretty intuitive. Let me just tell you this. None of these three are that important, and you can swap them out later. Rule of thumb is, for min-maxing your climbing, Exploration Journal and Wulf Gauntlet are probably the best, whereas Portable Telescope has got some insane synergies late game, but it's more for a veteran player who knows what the hell they're doing. Basically, if you want to level up your units and get stronger, Wulf Gauntlet makes that easier very early game, and you'll probably ditch it before you even get to floor number 2 and replace it for something better. But for starting out, it can sure make fighting a lot easier. There's no RNG for it. It just increases your Tundra Blessing, which is basically a damage buff. Well, not basically, it is a damage buff. And it makes it easier to fight monsters, which makes it easier to level. Exploration Journal lets you get double exploration XP when you use things that give you experience points, like looking at backpacks or touching tombstones. I know, that gives you experience points because reasons. It gives a 30% chance to get double the rewards from that. So this is pretty RNG. Theoretically, this is the best one for power leveling. As long as you aren't unlucky, as long as this procs 30% of the time or better, you will get more XP from this, which will level you faster, which gives you more provisions, which gives you more unit slots, which lets you do more fights, which lets you explore further. Theoretically, you can do more with this than with just being slightly stronger against monster fights, but you can also get 70% it every single time, and this does nothing for you and drives you nuts. So if you're a little bit of a gambler or you're a min-maxer and you want to go for your best start, Exploration Journal is probably it. If you just want stability and you don't want to be annoyed by RNG, grab Wulf Gauntlet. Now, the reason Portable Telescope is such a nice thing is it lets you teleport twice a day. I'm sorry, it lets you see areas twice a day that are further away, and eventually you will be able to get a relic called Wanderer's Pipe that will let you teleport to any spot that you can sight. So if you get this relic and combined it with Wanderer's Pike, you can practically go anywhere on the map that is visible to you. Like to a point where you can literally teleport to the far corners of the map, which is insane mobility, but it does take that relic combination to make that good, and starting out, this will do nothing for you until you get Wanderer's Pipe, and you could easily never get Wanderer's Pipe and have dead weight with you the whole time. But if you want to be the guy that, like, gets to the loot and gets to the guild chest, I mean, this is if somebody's job is to be cleanup crew and hang behind on floors getting all the loot and treasure, make sure it's somebody who's got these 2 relics in the guild. And while the rest of the guild progresses and is fighting the monsters, this guy stays behind, just teleports all over the map, getting all of the loot for the rest of the guild, and is everybody's hero. So anyway, pick the one you want. I would recommend Exploration or Wolf Gauntlet, depending on your style of play. If you're a veteran, you know how to use Telescope, and you're into that, grab that. And know that once you select it, unlike the old Ancient Inheritances where you're stuck with it, this time around, you can totally replace your starting relic. And that's all you have to do. Once you select your relic, you're done. You can log off the game and go do whatever it is you need to do. Now you can see it's a tactics style map, right? It looks like the map we got demoed for the Senya event, right? It's that kind of structure where you have provisions and you're able to move around. I got 85 provisions up here. Every step I take takes 1 provision away. So I've got a limited amount of movement. There's monsters to fight. There's treasure chests to interact with. There's other things, shrines and relics and bosses and guild chests, all that kind of stuff on the map to interact with. Everything takes provisions to do. As you level up, you will get more provisions. And as you fight things, you'll get more XP. Now,
Doc, with your first.
One of the things a lot of new players may be fretting about is that they're new. They don't have a ton of units. They don't have a lot of gear. They don't want to drag their guild down by not being able to pull their own weight. And that's just not true, okay? Everybody starts and plays an AI at exactly the same skill level, power level, strength level. Brand new players can compete on equal footing with endgame players. My account is only 12 days old. Should I try to do AI bosses or better just clean it for my guild? You can do either, Kylon. You can be the top #1 scoring guy. You can put the you can put the 6-year veteran to shame the way this is balanced and done. Any news on the balance patch? Nothing yet. We've all asked, but so far kind of silent. But it is still only about 7:30 a.m. in Smilegate World on the West Coast. So, gotta wait for them to wake up. Let me try to explain this. There's several balancing mechanics inside of AI to make this accessible to everybody, right? First of all, as long as you have the unit, it doesn't matter how well built it is, how well geared it is, how well leveled it is. Because everything is balanced. When you go inside of Ancient Inheritance, first of all, let me slow down. First of all, you don't need a deep pool of units, right? Because when you start the game, you're only able to enlist. Let me get past my maps. Did I do it faster than I thought? Well, anyway, when you start the game, you have to enlist heroes, right? And this is taking heroes out of your pool, and you're only allowed to have 10 enlisted heroes at the start of the game. No more. You can only select 10 heroes. Now, as you level up and go further in the game, you will be able to enlist more heroes out of your pool, but you don't need to have like every unit in the game, or even most units in the game. You just need a handful of units in the game. And when you bring them into Ancient Inheritance, they will all be maxed out. All of them. It's like every single unit you own will be on Grace of Growth inside of Ancient Inheritance. Even if I decided to take... Even if I decided to take this Gerado into Ancient Inheritance, inside of Ancient Inheritance, he would be maxed out. And I mean maxed out. He would be level 60. He would be 6-star, all awakened. He would be plus 15 Molagora. All of his skills would be maxed out. Everything would be capped. It's exactly the same. Excuse me. It's exactly the same as Grace of Growth, right? It would be like, if I wanted to take this Kikirat into Ancient Inheritance, it would be like he was on Grace of Growth, right? He would be maxed out, 6-star awakened, plus 15 Molagora, everything, all maxed out. And the nice thing is you don't have to use Grace of Growth. Just enlisting them inside of Ancient Inheritance, Grace of Growth's the unit for the duration of Ancient Inheritance. Now, this is only while you're inside of the AI event. If you try to use the unit outside of AI, they will be just the normal usage, normal stat level. It's not like a free boost to the unit. It's just while you're inside of the event. So you don't have to worry about custom leveling all kinds of units to be ready for AI. You will have all of the units that are on your account, that are in your inbox. You can just enlist them, and boom, they will be all maxed out. About the specialty change units, does it maximize the skill tree? It 100% does. Just like putting a specialty change unit in Grace of Growth, it'll max out the skill tree. Yeah, there's no cooldown for second Grace of Growth, but it costs like 1,500 Skystones a month, so it's more for creators, I think. Because of the no cooldown, I guess the one use it has for people who aren't making videos and stuff is if you decide you want to do a concerted abyss push and you need to keep changing units to go through different abysses, then you can buy that Grace of Growth and then just whatever units the guides tell you to use, just keep swapping them out until you've cleared out your abyss. But if you don't whale, if you don't make content, that second Grace of Growth is really overpriced for just a month. If it was for a quarter, it might be useful. Like 3 months, but 1 month, that's not a lot. I still think you want to give it a couple more days, Shannon, see how she plays out, but initial results look promising for her. I think she is worth the pity, but let's let some of the chefs cook before we make a hard decision on that. I'll probably make a video about it before the end of the week. You got another 6 days to decide. Just give it a couple more days, just to be sure. Things that are not maxed out inside of Ancient Inheritance. Imprints are not maxed out. If I take this guy inside of AI, he's not going to be triple S. Okay? Artifacts are not maxed out. Whatever your artifact is, it works the same inside AI as outside of AI. And, exclusive equipment are not maxed out. Whatever it is outside of AI, it's the same inside of AI. And that's the same as Grace of Growth. I put a unit on Grace of Growth, it doesn't change his imprints. Okay, so, but other than that, Awakenings, Specialty Change, Molagora, just like Grace of Growth, everything's maxed out, so you don't have to worry about, do you have a lot of leveled units? As long as you have the units, you're good to go. And they don't need to be 5-star. Some of the best AI units are 3- and 4-star units, right? The second thing is gear. New players don't necessarily have a ton of good gear, right? I mean, a lot of the newer players, their gear looks like this stuff, right? A lot of the goblin gear. And that's another really nice thing about Ancient Inheritance. Gear doesn't matter. Okay, that's a lie. Gear matters, but it matters very little and in a very balanced way, okay? First of all, inside of Ancient Inheritance, only 10%, roughly 10% of the stats on the gear make it through onto the unit stats inside the game, right? So, like this piece right here, this 14% defense, only about 1 0.4% of that defense is going to be reflected in my unit's stats. The 60% health, only 6% health is going to be reflected on my unit's stats. I'm going to get 20 health here. I'm going to get 100, or I'm going to get 15.8 defense from this piece. It's about a 10-to-1 ratio. So you can see like the stats really don't matter. So you don't have to worry about having good gear, because the gear is normalized and it makes it very, very easy to gear your units. You just slap 6 pieces of gear on them and go. Because although the stats don't really have that much of an impact on the units, the sets do, right? If you get a destruction set on your unit inside of Ancient Inheritance, you will get the full 60% damage boost to the unit inside of AI. So I'll get 6% health, 1.5% defense, 1 1/3% attack, 15 attack and 20 health onto my unit, and 60% crit damage once I put together a full destruction set. So sets are what you want to pay attention to. Even if the gear is unleveled, building a set is better than chasing stats. So don't worry about gearing your AI units well. You can literally put trash and dregs on them. You can very easily use the in-game building system. Say I wanted to build this Ruzid and use them inside of AI. I can literally go in and say, you know what? We just want to make sure that Ruzid is on a speed set and that he has got a lot of health. And you boom, and just put them on whatever gear you got, and don't worry about the stats. It's not leveled. Who cares if it's not leveled? I'm getting my 20% health, and I'm getting my 25% speed, and that's what's important. Sets, and that's it. So, isn't it like I should only max out 1 or 2 classes inside of Ancient Inheritance? Nope. We'll get into that in just a minute. I just wanted to cover gear. So, yes, you do need to fully gear the units that you want to take into AI, but by fully gear, I mean put them on 6 pieces of gear that have the sets oriented towards what you want the unit to do. You want the unit to be a damage dealing unit. You want this Ruzid to be your damage dealer. Look for a Rage set and maybe a Torrent, right? Doesn't matter what the pieces are, just Rage torrent them out. And now he's got the 30% damage from Rage and the 10% damage from Torrent. As long as the enemy's debuffed, right? And he will be, by the way, guys. Almost every single person you fight in AI is going to be wearing one form of debuff or another if you play it right. Let's look at the sets, right? Attack set. You get, what, 60% attack bonus from attack set? It is 60%, right? I'm not crazy. No, 45. I'll use that set a lot. So, attack has no functional limit. So, attack set is great inside of AI because 45% of attack is always going to be a bonus for your units inside of AI. Defense and HP have no functional limit. You always get the 20% boost. You'll always get the 25% speed. If you want a unit to be first on the team, like a Soul Weaver or a debuffer, you can use speed set. We'll come back to crit set, and I'll explain why in a minute. Destruction set, very good. 60% extra crit damage to your units. Powerful set inside of AI. A lot of these sets have infinite value. Rage set is money because damage boost in, you know, for your damage dealers, if you can build a rage set, great. If you don't have any rage sets, that's fine. Just use attack and destruction on your DPS units. These are your 3 principal sets for murdering units. And then, of course, speed set, HP, and defense. Those are your principal sets for your Soul Weavers and support units and knights. Now, there are certain sets that don't have that much value. Like crit set, hit set, resist set, unity set, immunity set, and injury set, of course. The reason for this is I'll get into how you actually get stats in just a minute. Because remember, you don't really get the stats from the gear other than the set bonuses. The way you get stats in this game rapidly caps out crit chance, rapidly caps out effectiveness and effect resistance. So you're going to find you don't really need those stats in abundance. So you should focus on stats that actually help your units, like HP and defense, more than effectiveness, ER, and crit. The first couple of levels, you're going to be starved for crit chance, and I'll get out on how to overcome that, but if you really want to min-max it, these sets aren't that big of a deal because you're going to cap out those stats very, very quickly. Now, Lifesteal set is actually a very, very nice set because it lets a unit be self-sustaining, and I'll get into why self-sustaining, self-healing units are so good in this. And of course, sets that do things like, counter, that's going to work. Injury has no use because injury doesn't work against monsters. You can only injure heroes, and you're not fighting any heroes in this. You're only fighting monsters. So this is a dead set. Protection set, sure, why not? I guess it could be useful a little bit, but most fights are long, and because of long fights, immunity and protection kind of fall off in value. So that's a real quick primer on how to gear. I'll explain this in much more detail into the video, right? So you don't have to worry about leveling your units. That's done for you for free. You don't have to worry about upgrading your units. That's done for you for free. You passively have to worry about gearing your units. You just have to consider what crap slop left over. I'm not using it on anybody else gear to use just to get the bonuses that I want, but you can just slab gear on it. Should I grab Schneal? If you do PvP, you should, yes. But if stats don't come from gear, where do stats come from? So, where stats come from is... How do I want to approach this? Okay. Inside of Ancient Inheritance, you level two different aspects of the game. There are two leveling systems when you're inside of AI, right? First, there is exploration leveling. You'll notice my, let me just show me here.
They made a 50%.
Show it anywhere. Doesn't really show it. Yeah, down here. You see this right here? This little bullseye with a 1 over it? I'm level 1 exploration. And you get XP for exploring by walking around, interacting with objects, using objects that boost your XP. You'll notice I've walked 1, 2, 3 steps, and I've already got 15 XP. You get 5 XP just for walking around. Once I hit 150, I will go to exploration level 2. And, yeah, go figure, right? You raise your exploration level by exploring the dungeon. And, you want to level up your exploration level because as you level up your exploration level, you get more perks. You're able to enlist more heroes. You get more daily provisions. You get a burst of provisions upon leveling up to use. You get new and additional relics and new and additional relic slots to be able to put more relics into to do more things inside of AI. It's key to being able to facilitate adventuring inside of AI. So that's why the exploration journal is pretty well loved. I grabbed this backpack, it's 50 experience points, but if I hit that 30%, it's 100 experience points and I instantly go to level 2. Savvy? The second, so that's one of the core mechanics for exploring, adventuring, doing things, getting things, is the exploration level system. The second leveling system is how to level your units. And in Ancient Inheritance, you don't level units, you level elements. Right? Let me explain. When you win a fight, you get experience points that go into leveling an element. And these experience points funnel into whatever element you have chosen based on the fight you do. And as you raise your elemental level, every unit on your account that you have enlisted inside of AI goes up in level for that element, right? If I take my green units to level 3, every single green unit I have enlisted will be level 3, will be stronger. If I take my dark units to level 9, every single dark unit I have will have insane stats. And it's the same increase for everybody, right? If I have level 9 green units, my green units will have the same stat as your level 9 green units. Plus or minus that little bit of a nudge from the gear sets, right? So that way you can level equally along with everybody else, and that's what makes it balanced. A person who's been playing for 6 years will have the exact same rused as a person who's been playing for 2 days, as long as they are both level 9 in green elements. Now, the way you pick the elements to level is you look at the monsters that are on the map. You'll notice the monsters have these little symbols above their heads. There's a green tree, a dark moon, a blue water drop. This tells you what element this monster is designated at. Now, there may be multiple elements in the fight, but this is designated as a ice monster. That means if I fight this, I'm going to strengthen my earth units, because earth is strong into ice. Even if I take a full dark team into this fight, I'm still going to increase my earth elemental strength, my earth elemental leveling. All the XP from this fight goes to earth. All the XP for this fight will go into boosting light elemental level. All the XP from doing this fight will boost fire elemental level. And for that reason, you want to pick just 1 or 2 elements to focus on. Okay? So be thinking about that right now. What's your favorite element in the game? Who are your favorite heroes? What elements are they? And focus on just leveling 1 or 2 elements. If you go around fighting all of the different units and try to raise all of your elements equally, your guild's going to leave you in the dust. You're not going to be able to really excel in this, right? I think the phrase is jack of all trades, master of none. Because here's why. You see these little hearts over the monster's heads? Every time you attack it and win, one of these hearts goes away, right? I did this, looks like I fight this little guy down here in the corner. He has 3 hearts on him. I kick his ass. Look, now he's only got 2 hearts left. One of the hearts went away. Once all 3 hearts goes away, this guy vanishes for your whole guild. Nobody else can ever attack this guy again once all 3 hearts are gone. So if you go around just farming every single monster willy-nilly, your guild's going to run out of monsters to farm. You're going to be level 2 in everything when your entire guild could have been level 2 in one specific element, making your guild much more effective. So try to pick just 1 or 2 elements, ignore the other monsters. I'm working on light elementals, so I went down here and started focusing on the dark unit to build up my light elements. This season, I decided I was going to be a light elemental hero, and then I had a backup element to support my light elemental heroes. Because light elemental heroes don't have many good soul weavers. Dark have almost no good soul weavers, so it's good to have a backup element to boost you up. Is it still warriors all the time? No. It's elements, not classes. You can take as many different classes as you want, but stick to 1 or 2 elements. Okay? I would have to pull it up and show it to you, but we're talking about a profound difference every time you level up in the amount of damage you do, the stats on the unit. It's crazy huge. So pick 1 or 2 elements and stick with it. And that's why this is so good for every level of play. You don't have to worry about how leveled your units are. You don't have to worry about how good your gear is. You don't have to worry about having an insanely deep pool of heroes, because the game limits you on only being able to take a certain number of heroes into the entire event. And you don't have to worry about leveling, because you fight with the same quality of units against the same enemies. And as long as you are smart about focusing on 1 or 2 elements, your level will zip up and you'll be super strong and relevant in the fight. just be aware that this is team-based PvE, right? Your success is tied to your guilds, and your guild's success is tied to you. So you want to make sure that you coordinate. You don't want to have a guild with 20 people in it, and 15 of you select Dark Element, and the last 5 people are divided up amongst the remaining 4 elements. You're going to hit roadblocks. You're not going to be able to clear. First, there's not going to be enough monsters to satisfy all of those dark heroes. And there's not going to be enough green, red, blue, and light fighters to take out the green, red, and blue light monsters. You really need to have a diverse, balanced set of people. So whoever is good at organizing things in your guild, whoever is good at herding the cats, you want to make sure that he divides your guild up by elements, saying, hey, you 4 or 5 people, you're going to be fire, and you 4 or 5 people, you're going to focus on dark, and you 4 or 5 people, you're going to focus on earth. And, you know, you can tell him, he's like, I don't really like earth element. Can I be dark instead? And, you know, just move around, whatever. But get that set, right? So you're sure there's always going to be like 1 or 2 people off doing their own damn thing, and you can't necessarily force them into that. But try to make sure you've got at least 4 to 5 people of each element, so that those guys can be the carries. Those guys can get you to progress through the game. Can you check what people's levels are? Yes, you can check what their levels are, and you can check to see what elements they've started working on. You can see what their 2 highest elementals are and what their 2 levels are, but usually only after they've like done a little bit in the game. Otherwise, everybody looks the same. You get that by clicking, I think it's this shield and person icon up here. So, let's see, what else is there? We covered the basics, right? We covered units, we covered gearing, we covered how to level your heroes by fighting. We covered that you should pick 1 or 2 elements. Let's talk about what's required to participate in this event. Where's that stove post? It was here a minute ago. I'll just pull it back up again. Can you see your guild's heroes before choosing? You cannot. Coordination is key. Okay. In order to participate in this, you need a guild with 16 or more people in it. Okay? That's not that bad. And you need to be rank 40 yourself, or you can't enter AI. Which you probably are by now. I mean, if you're to the point you're thinking about joining a guild, you're probably rank 40. If you're not rank 40 yet, start freaking grinding and get to rank 40 so you can participate in this. It's too good. Now, for a guild to initiate Ancient Inheritance, right? For anybody, for this button here, where'd my game go? For this button here to not be grayed out, your guild has to have minimum of 16 members, and they all have to be rank 40 or above. You do that, you can initiate Ancient Inheritance. If they're below rank 40, they won't be able to join, but as long as you've got 16 that are rank 40, everybody else can join, and once those guys that are below rank 40 get to rank 40, they can jump in along with you and help out. But until they're rank 40, they can't get in. If you've got 30 people in your guild, but they're all rank 27, this will be grayed out. You've got to have 16 rank 40 people to be able to hit this button and be able to click start. Got it? Also, if excuse me, if people leave your guild, you will still be okay, right? Let's say you start Ancient Inheritance, you got halfway through floor 1, and then a bunch of people leave, and now you've only got 15 guild members. That's fine. Once you're in, you're in. Once you have opened the door, it will stay open the entire event. Even if you drop below the minimums, It'll be harder to complete, but you will still be able to farm and work in Ancient Inheritance. Do I have the Discord list of guilds? Yeah, hang on. There's my Discord for Twitch, and here is my Discord for YouTube. Should also be in the description of the stream. Just jump in. There's a guild recruitment hall. We'll cover that in just a minute here, because I'm telling you, though the requirements say it only needs 16 members, and it only needs to be rank 40. You don't want that in your life, guys. Okay? You don't want to be in a guild. Where's my screen? You want to be in a guild that matches your activity level. Okay? You want to be in a guild that is active and aggressive and organized and is playing the game like you want to play the game. Okay? If you're in a guild that's falling short of your expectations, take that Discord link and jump into my server. Look for the room called Guild Recruitment Hall. Okay? It looks like this. Guild Recruitment Hall. Okay? The Guild Recruitment Hall, look at the guilds and find the recruiters for each guild. DM one and say, hey, you got room for me. Even if it says 30 out of 30 and it looks like they're full, still DM them. There's probably some inactives or some people that are not up to snuff that they'd be willing to kick if you look good and you're hungry. And there's a little blurb on each guild, right? Takes just about any level of play. As long as you've been doing this for at least 2 months, you're in. These guys are hyper casual. They don't really even care about Guild Wars. Just don't be a hump. Or you could go down to like Baka 10. That's end game, and they actually aren't top 100. They've been top 30 many times in Guild Wars. They're very aggressive with Guild Wars, very organized. We got EU guilds. I mean, it's for any level of play. From global server, people who are... Nineveh. This is a really good friend of mine's guild. If you are kind of ready to take that next step, you feel like you are moved beyond your guild and you really want to be in an organized guild that's going to take it to the next level for you, that's going to help you get into high champ, emperor, legend, RTA, that's going to always be top 100 in Guild War, that's going to have people giving you advice on what to do better, how to change builds, that has one of the most elaborate and extensive discords I've ever seen to give you all the information you want, and you want regimented, aggressive, strong leadership combined with being a bunch of degenerates. This is the guild for you. This is a really solid guild. If Guild Wars is just your thing, man, just about every talentless guild recruits through this channel. If you want something that's relaxed and casual and you just want to kick back, have fun, share screenshots and tell booba jokes, then there are plenty of casual guilds that are, not super active or not super aggressive, but are super active. So you'll be able to find a home on this list somewhere, right? And it's not just global. We've got Europe and Asia servers too. So you should be able to find your home and jump in, DM several of them. Some will give you interviews. Some of them will say, right this way, sir. We just need bodies. So, yeah. Find a good home. And, okay. Real talk, guys. I get it. I've been there, right? A lot of you are feeling this pinch, okay? We're gonna be real here for just a minute. You don't want to let your friends down, right? You've been in this guild for a while. It's struggling. You're carrying more and more of the load. You're busting your butt for the bare minimum. You're trying to DM people, do your guild wars, do your attacks, freaking put gear on your unit. Why is your Guild War defense not have gear? And it's frustrating, but you're trying you just missed that top 100 frame this time around. You could surely get it next time. The leader just left the guild. Now you're in charge. And if you leave, the guild's going to fall apart. They're depending on you, right? I'll just put my hound backwards. Listen, I get it, but I got one word that's going to change your life in this game, okay? Leave. That's right. Simple as that. Just leave. No buts. Just leave. Okay? You say, it's been real, guys, but I'm out. And you go. I pretty much guarantee you that when you do this, you will get one or two people who are going to send you very angry DMs saying that you've just killed the guild. Are you happy about it? You know what? Okay? Just leave. Those guys weren't your real friends anyway. You'll be shocked by how many people say, I completely understand and I hope you have fun wherever it is you land. Okay? Because let me tell you this, I can guarantee you that when you grabbed your phone and you were scrolling through apps and stuff and you saw Epic 7 in the App Store and you thought, oh, I'm going to download this game. You didn't say, hey, this looks like a really good place to go work my ass off and feel hard, stuck, and frustrated. I'm going to struggle to eke out the bare minimum and perform way below my expectations in a cycle of lunacy that I can only describe as herding cats. But hey, you know what? I got to do this because if I don't, some of my parasocial friends are going to not be able to do the things. And, you know, I got to bust my ass to do this. That's not why you downloaded this game. You downloaded this game because you thought, hey, this looks like it'll be fun. And ask yourself this. Think about your guild right now. Think about your experience in your guild, your interactions with your guildmates, actions in game, not your social actions on Discord, your interactions with how your guild is performing compared to how you want them to perform in the game. And is it living up to your expectations? Are you having fun? And if the answer is no, leave. I mean, here's a little IRL tip from the Wulf to you, right? You can't take care of number 2 until you've taken care of number 1, right? We're always told, like from our first days in school, to share and think about others' feelings and make sure you take care of other people, and that's good. That's important. That's part of being a society and not being a psychopath. But you can't do that at the expense of yourself. You can't put other people's success ahead of your own success, or you will burn out and you will hate this game. Leave. My favorite Shakespeare quotes, self-love is not so great a sin as self-neglect. Leave. Leave your guild. Trust me. Trust me, my friend. You will get some upset reactions. But when a month from now, you're kicking it in Discord with your new active guild that plays the game you want to play, where you're not constantly having to DM people to do their guild war fights and just do the minimum by putting gear on their units, when you're actually completing your weekly bonuses, when you're talking with people that are competing in the game at the same level you're competing in, or when you're in a more relaxed guild that's not up your ass every 5 minutes about doing your guild wars, but you just want to relax, do things like AI and share booba jokes, and you've joined a guild that's nice and coasting like that, you're going to look back and say, TristenWulf was right. Leave. Okay? Just leave. Go where you want to go and have fun. They will be fine. And if they aren't fighting and they fall apart, I'll tell you what, when I left, a dozen people DM'd me and said, hey, with you gone, I think the guild's going to fall apart. Can you take me with you? Or can you help me find a home too? And I hooked them up with recruiters and I got a lot of them in places. And you know what? The original people who stayed behind, they're still out there swinging and having fun. They just turned from a competitive top 100 guild into a very, very casual guild. So the people who were the reason that the competitive ones of us were struggling, they're actually having a better time because the competitive ones of us aren't up the casual ones of us' ass about trying to make them play the game when they didn't really want to. They just wanted to relax, have fun, and pull units and trade booba pictures. while the competitive ones of us got into guilds. And so it actually turned that guild into a very successful, low stress, fun guild. And the rest of us are having a much better time in the game. So leave. But where? I mean, where do you leave to? And that's why you want to join this Discord. You want to check that guild recruitment hall. We got tons of guilds with space, right? From Ninev to Talentless to Asia server to global server to EU server. We got casual guilds like Baka 69 and 13, Asylum, Soulless, Mangoville. We've got competitive guilds that are focused on high-end guild wars. We got RTA-based guilds where people are focused on climbing RTA and not much else. Plenty of places for you to find a forever home. And if by the end of Ancient Inheritance you decide that this flavor isn't for you, you thought it was going to be good but it's not quite what you expected, you want something a little more competitive, or something a little more casual, leave and try one of the other ones out until you find your forever guild. So I hope I've driven this home, right? It's really important to be in a good guild for Ancient Inheritance, but it's also important to be in a good guild for basically Epic 7 in general. It will improve all aspects of your gameplay. Most of us are playing this game because of the social interactions and the friendships that we formed inside of our guilds. It's a fun game for the first couple of years, and after that, it's a fun thing we all do together. So find a guild that's got a good active Discord, a guild where more than just 3 people are chatting at a time, and get in there and have fun, make a party out of this, because this is a lot of fun when you're in an organized guild where there's lots of communication and a lot of interaction, and you will not feel lost. You'll be able to ask questions. You'll be able to chill out and chat with people about everything from in the game and out of the game. So there you go. So, now that I've covered joining guilds and kind of driven home that this event is for all levels of play at, you know, from brand spanking new player to 6-year veteran, let's start talking about the mechanics and how to progress in Ancient Inheritance. My guild doesn't have a Discord. Leave. If your guild doesn't have a Discord, leave. Get into a guild that at least has a Discord, guys. Unless you just don't do Discord at all. A lot of guilds having Discord's kind of a requirement, because that's where, you know, screenshots of Guild War stuff gets posted. A lot of guilds do intel for Guild Wars. That's where people like share pictures and say, hey, what do you think about this? What should I do with this gear? That's where people do chat rooms where people jump in and they do arena climbs together and they coach and help each other. That's where people do watch parties where they watch the Mike Tyson fight together and go, wow, did you see Mike Tyson's ass in 4K? That's the only time this thing didn't buffer. But, you know, you get into a guild that's fun and does things, and you get 30 people to party with. I just go into Guild War, kill the main towers. I don't care what the other people are doing. Yeah, get into a casual guild. I love Baka 7 because this is a guild where all of us know what the F we're doing. So although sometimes we'll post a little bit of intel here and there to help each other out, it's not required. We don't care. People know what to do because we're all veterans. There's other guilds where it's like, if you are in this group, you don't attack until 6 hours have passed. This is the scouting group that will post intel, and then they like review your successes and tell you how to improve. Some of them like get really regimental, and others are like, as long as you use your flags, we don't give a fuck. Just get in there and do stuff. And that's one of the nice things about this guild recruitment hall is you can get in there and say, oh, competitive? Casual. You can find, you know, oh, I'm brand new. Maybe I don't want to be in a top 100 Guild War guild with my 2-month-old account. Or I'm super competitive and I'm looking for a way to break into Emperor RTA. Maybe a guild that averages 2,000 or 1,500 in Guild War. Maybe that's not the best fit for you. Whole variety of guilds to choose from, guys. Trist, any hero changes coming? Not sure if I should grab a hero from Headhunt yet. That's the question of the hour. The balance patch was supposed to be out today, and it's not. We've all asked Smilegate what the hell's going on. So far, no answers. Don't know why it's late. So, let me cover the 5 things that are most important for Ancient Inheritance, right? More than anything else, there's 5 things you should focus on, right? There's gear sets, artifacts. We'll call artifacts exclusive equipment imprint. We'll call that just one thing, right? Artifacts, elements, we touched on that a little bit. Heroes, we touched on that a little bit. And relics. We'll go deep on relics here, okay? First, let me talk about artifacts and exclusive equipments, and also imprints. Inside of Ancient Inheritance, artifacts, exclusive equipment, and imprints all work the same inside of AI as outside of AI. There's no normalization bonus for it. There's no... I know your units all get maxed out. Your artifacts do not get maxed out. I know gear doesn't matter. Artifacts matter. You get these full stats from the artifact. You get the full effect of the artifact, and it will only be +3 artifact inside of AI. There's no normalization for artifacts. Same with EE. It's whatever it says here. Same for imprints at whatever it says here. Okay, so none of that changes inside of AI. And why that's important is at early levels, you're going to be starved for crit chance, right? You're going to get in there at level 1, and most of your shit's going to be like, excuse me, most of your shit's going to be like, I don't know, 60% crit chance. And that makes fighting a little bit hard, right? By the time you get to, say, level 3, you'll probably be at 89, 90% crit chance. And by the time you're at level 4, you'll be at 100% crit chance. So you don't have to worry about crit chance so much at higher levels. But early on, you do. So having units that boost crit chance on your team, especially AoE crit chance boosts, are kind of nice. So if you've got imprints that boost crit chance, you can use that. Having EEs that that boost crit chance. I know this is effectiveness, but pretends crit chance, or that boost effectiveness. Maybe you don't have quite enough effectiveness to stick a debuff. An EE that boosts effectiveness, that'll give you the full 16% effectiveness boost inside the game, so that'll help you stick debuffs better. Artifacts that boost crit chance are huge on the first few floors of Ancient Inheritance. You got things like, what's the big one that you can get from Book of Memories? Midnight Bloom, right? Where is it here? This will give 16% crit chance to every single person on my team. And if all my units are 80% crit chance, suddenly all of my units are critting, 94% of the time. Just a little imprint away. And then after you get to like level 4 or 5 and everybody's crit chance is maxed out, you can ditch this artifact and go to one that's a little bit more relevant. And these artifacts stack. Right? I get 16% from this. I can get another 10% from this. I can get 26% crit chance if I put both of these on my 2 units, and boom, all of my crit chance needs are kind of solved. There's artifacts like Manica for thieves for crit chance. There's artifacts like Black Hand of the Goddess for mages that boost crit chance. There's oh shoot, it was a limited one, but Azure Comet for warriors boosts crit chance. So consider the effect of artifacts in taking care of your crit chance when you're early on if you're struggling to crit. Now, we'll go over gear sets one more time just in case anybody missed it, but remember, the stats from the gear don't matter that much. Okay, 90% of these stats go away. It's roughly a 10-to-1 ratio. I've not actually calculated it. It varies a little bit per level, but it's roughly 90%. So what I've got here is a 1.3 speed increase, a 1.3% crit chance increase, a 0.8% defense increase. You see how minimal these are impacting my in-game stats? So almost no impact. Even the health is only 6.5% more HP. Now, 6.5% HP versus 6.5% crit damage. I mean, that kind of matters a little bit. So maybe make sure your main stats are appropriate for what you're trying to do. I wouldn't run a Soul Weaver on a 7% crit damage neck. I wouldn't run a DPS unit like Bloodblade Corinne on a 6.5% health main stat. You know, go ahead and min-max a little bit, but really, pound for pound, 95% of your stats are going to come from the in-game elemental system, and only about 5% of your stats are going to come from your gear stats. The set bonus, though, is fully in effect. I will get the full 25% boost to my in-game speed. I will get the full 20% effectiveness boost in-game from the hit set. And that's why sets like Destruction, Attack... there was a time when we kind of poo-pooed on Destruction set, right? Because crit damage capped out so quickly. But as of last AI, they kind of rebalanced it a little bit. And now you don't really cap out crit damage until very, very, very close to the end. Like ranks 8 or 9. So the Destruction set is still pretty high value all the way through. And then sets that do... sets that let you do insane damage, right? Like Rage set, Destruction, or Rage set. Almost everything you fight is going to be debuffed, so Rage set's huge for doing damage. Lifesteal set will let you self-sustain, and that's very important. You'll probably be doing a shit ton of damage with these accelerated stats, and that's going to let you have units that solo fights. And being able to self-sustain and solo fights is huge, because when you are... Where did the fight video go? Not here. Because when you're out here doing these fights, right? In a perfect world, you want to only take 1 or 2 units in a fight, right? And the reason for that is, remember, you only get to enlist a small amount of heroes. 10 at the start. Is Rage set better than crit damage set? Significantly, but remember, Rage set doesn't do anything if the enemy's not debuffed. So I wouldn't take like a solo Rage set BBK into a fight because there's no way to debuff the enemy. But but a Rage set unit plus, say, Camillo, where I can get a defense break on there, significantly more damage. As I was saying, remember, you can only enlist a certain number of heroes, and after you win a fight, the units are dead.
Hatch notes. Everyone else was cancelled because Brainrit Lua wanted all the attention.
That's kind of hilarious, Cranked. Right? Once you do a fight, see these 2 units? I got Lionheart Sirmia, self-sustaining with her lifesteal set. Or no, sorry, self-sustaining with Golden Rose, and I got Doris in here's backup. Doris died, but that's okay. Lionheart Sirmia is able to self-heal and finish the fight herself, and I only spent 2 units instead of 4, because now that these units have gone through the fight, Doris died, Lionheart survived. It doesn't matter, because when I look at the list for my next fight, you'll notice my Lionheart Sirmia, even though she survived the fight, she is shaded out. I can no longer use her until tomorrow. You can only use heroes once per day, and you only have a certain number of heroes. I'm down to a point where I only have Mirsa left. Everyone else is dead. Thankfully, my Mirsa is on a lifesteal set, and she hits so damn hard, and she's got evasion, and she's got an evasion artifact. Mirsa is actually really good at self-sustaining. She can solo a lot of fights.
Tech to clear mobs for XP farm. The relics.
We'll get into that. So when you enlist heroes, yeah, look at this. It's just Mirsa, but because she's on a lifesteal set, I took her into this fight, and she died. Didn't work, but that's okay. One nice thing about Ancient Inheritance is if you try it and it fails, you can try it again. I tried it again a lot there. But you'll notice Mursa's still alive. If you try a fight and you win, no matter if your units live or die, your units get shaded out and you can't use them for the rest of the day. But if you try a fight and you lose, you can try it again. The unit's still there and still alive. So if you aren't sure if you can solo a fight, just jump in and do it. And try it. All that costs you is 1 stamina. 1 provision, I should say. You'll notice it takes 5 provisions to do the fight, but if you fail, you don't lose those 5 provisions. You only lose 1 for trying. So it really does let you take a swing at things and try, because you want to be able to beat the enemy with just 1 or 2 units in a perfect world. That's why self-sustaining units like Blaze, I was going all light, so you can see Blaze Dingo, huge, self-sustain. He heals with every single hit. He solos mobs. Mursa, at a higher level, she'll solo mobs, as she was. She was kind of getting her ass handed to her in that fight. Lionheart Surmia was able to solo a lot of mobs where the enemies dual attacked, because it always activated her. And then I also picked some self-sustaining units, right? I had Conqueror Lilies for her shields, and she dual attacked, running her with just 1 other unit. She always dual attacked with the DPS unit, and I could get the rage or the vigor buff for more defense. Sometimes I just took a healer like Doris or Infinite Horizon Decades to take the damage edge off, and I could 2-man mobs. Yeah, a lifesteal or a bloodstone, Asflan. Hell yeah, if you're doing fire units, Asflan's gonna be gold for this. She's gonna solo shit tons of stuff. Pair her with like a fire unit that defense breaks on the S1. Damn. So that's why when you go to enlist heroes, you want to stick with 1 element, and you want to give a weather eye for heroes that have self-sustain built into them, like Blaze Dingo, like Fire Ravi, who heals with her S1, like Apocalypse Ravi, who heals on her S1. Units that have lifesteal built into their kit, like Milam's S1, she self-heals. Zealot Carmen Rose heals on her S1. She's got lifesteal built into her S1 skill. Units that are wearing lifesteal sets. Units that can access artifacts like Sigurd's Scythe that will heal them. Fire Haste, who's got a heal on his S2 skill, but is also a damage dealer and a defense breaker. Think about units that have defense breaks in their kits, like Fire Haste. Think about units that have dual attacks built into their kits, like Fire Ken, who has dual attacks and defense breaks built into his kit, and is an HP scaler, so he's hard for the enemy to kill, and who can be run on a HP artifact like Sigurd's Scythe. Fire Ken, by the way, is amazing for this. Think about units that can put debuffs that heal your team. The Vampirism debuff, exactly, Spatial. Think about artifacts like using mages and artifacts like Bloody Rose that will let your units self-heal off of Vampirism. There is lots of ways to make synergistic teams of 2 units, and even just 1 unit that can solo mobs. And you want to do this because if you've got 10 heroes, and you can pick 10 heroes that can do 10 fights, you will get so much more experience than 10 heroes. You load up 4 units in the slot and you can only do 2 fights. And then you only have 2 heroes left for the rest of the day. Savvy? Yeah, Navy Captain Landy is fiercely good for soloing. So, for normal monster fights, you want to do these as efficiently as possible. And that is dependent not just on the units you pick being self-sustaining, but also being smart about the who you fight to, right? I will be able to solo a level 2 mob. A level 4 mob might take a 2-man team if I'm like, say, level 3. Since I'm level 4, I could probably solo this with anything. You see how this rat over here has got this swirling fog around it? See if we can get a better picture of it. See how it's got this swirling black mist around it? This swirling black mist is because he's near a banner. Banners buff monsters. Remember we talked about the Tundra's Blessing effect being like a damage buff for your characters? think of the banners like being a negative buff for your characters. In fact, if you have Tundra's Blessing, you can cancel out the effect of the flags, but this means you're not going to hit nearly as hard on the monsters. It's going to make them much harder. It's roughly the, not exactly, but it's a real rough equivalent of saying, hey, this level 4 mob is actually kind of like, maybe more like level 5 or level 6. You're only going to get the experience of fighting a level 4 mob, but it's going to be a much harder walk. So be aware of that before you fight these guys. There's currently no way to kill these banners. Hey, Elsia, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're geeking out about Ancient Inheritance here. You just got a Tywin in rerolling. 20 rerolls and no landy. Yeah, I'm worried that's coming. Ancient Inheritance coming back so soon? Yeah, it's right on schedule, I think. But yeah, it's coming back Monday, right over Thanksgiving week. Thanks for that, Smilegate. So consider not just the element, but consider your level. If you're level 1, you don't want to run over and fight a level 4 mob. You will get bodied. You'll probably have to take 4 units to do the fight, and you would be better.
Me twice. Someone told me today was balance patch, and someone told me there was never going to be a collab between Gackers and Limbus Company, and Arc Knights are collabing Madge.
It's incredibly rare for gotchas to collab with gotchas unless one gotcha is trying to launch or revive itself from the dead, or if they're in the same family. We saw Brave Exvius collab with Star Ocean, both gotcha games, but they were both owned by the same parent company. So that kind of stuff, collabing within the same family, that happens all the damn time. And as for the balance patch not being today, I don't know what the fuck's going on with the balance patch. We've all asked Smilegate where the hell it's at, and we haven't gotten answers yet. Yeah, Honkai Impact collabing with Star Rail. Well, duh. Let me rephrase that, right? You'll never see gotcha games collab with competitors, right? You'll see them collab in family, but not with competitors. Star Rail doesn't consider Honkai a competitor. that's improving their own brand. But as I was saying, taking 4 units at level 1 to fight this level 4 mob is less value to you than killing 4 level 1 mobs. You'll get more leveling out of that. So consider how strong the enemy is. Try not to attack things that are more than 1 level above you. If I'm level 4, I can attack level 5 mobs, but maybe not level 6. And remember, this is just light element. You actually have to click on this to see your strength versus all the other elements. Put that anywhere in here. Here we go. This is early on, but I'm level 2 in light and level 1 in all the other elements. So, I think that about covers fighting, right? You get free redos against normal monsters, and this is only against normal monsters, guys. If you are fighting a boss monster, right? A boss monster that's got an HP bar across the top of the screen, there are no do-overs. Okay? Win, lose, whatever, these units are gone for the day. Okay? If it's got a central HP bar, you can't get the free do-over on failure. So be aware of that. It's only when you're fighting normal monsters with no central HP bar that you get the free do-over if you fail. This fight was kind of a waste. Landy totally could have soloed this one on her own. But you know what? I was out of units and I had Conqueror released. 150 XP for my light units because this was a dark monster I was fighting. You also get this currency right here, and this is the currency that you spend in the shop. You will get more currency opening treasure chests than you get from doing fights. Significantly more currency opening treasure chests than from doing fights. But you won't get any XP opening treasure chests. So you want to find balance, right? Early on, kind of ignore treasure chests. I know that's tough, right? It's tough to see a giant gold shiny chest, and everything you've ever learned about role-playing games is when you're on a map and you're adventuring and exploring, you find a treasure chest, you open it, and you get that loot. Trust me, you will get enough loot, you will get enough currency to buy out the entire shop before the end of the event. Just maybe skip the treasure chests on floor number 1. Floor number 2 and floor number 3, those treasure chests are value, but floor number 1, the rewards are pretty crappy and aren't really worth the provisions. Spend floor 1 leveling your units, checking out backpacks, leveling your exploration level and your elemental levels, and totally skip the treasure chests on floor 1. You'll need keys to open the treasure chests, and the only way to get keys is doing fights. Randomly, a key will drop here, and you need keys to open chests. You'll also get keys by leveling up your exploration level. You'll be gifted keys. So save those keys to floors 2 and 3. I really don't think you get much of any value. If you open one of these chests, that's fine. It's not a huge deal. You just don't get a lot of benefit out of it. Yeah, if you luck sacked out and you've got like 30 keys after 30 fights, start opening every chest you'll find because you're going to run out of chests. The amount of currency you get is higher, joke, not the rewards. The rewards, I think, are the same, but the currency you get's much higher. Yeah. Now, gold chests, yeah, Shio's pointing this out. If it's a gold chest, it's for you. You open a gold chest, you get that stuff, it's personal, it's greedy loot. If the chest is white in color, that's what's called a guild chest. And if you open that chest, every single person on the map gets that loot. Doesn't matter what floor they're on. You open a white chest on floor 1 and half your guild's on floor 2, they still get it. You're still on floor 1 and somebody on guild floor 2 opens a guild chest up there, you still get that loot too. As long as you have gotten on the map, and that's why we stress, make sure you're on the map first things first Monday. Once you're on the map, you get any of the loot from guild chests that are opened. So, let's see, that about covered that, right? Monster fights, you want self-sustaining units, units that dual attack, units that defense break. That's the key to being able to clear these mobs super fast and efficiently. You want to stick to 1 or 2 elements because you've only got 10 to 20 units that you can enlist by the end of the game. You're not gonna have a room to take a variety of elements anyway, and almost every fight is mono element, so you want to stick with 1 or 2 elements. So pick one element that's got units that you are strong with, that you understand, that you know how they work, and pick a second element that backs it up. What else? Leveling. Okay, so be aware that once the monsters are dead, they go away, right? Somebody hits this wolf and kills this last heart, this guy disappears, and nobody can attack this again. And people who are working on their water units, who are out there looking for fire units to fight, what if you've run out of fights? What if there are no fire units left on the board? You can't build your ice units anymore, right? When you go to floor number 2, there will be a device right beside the spawn-in point called the Spirit Sanctum. And you can use this device where you can literally just go and exchange provisions to level up an element. So you can catch up. It's a catch-up mechanic. Now, you can only go up to a certain level per floor. You can't just sit at the Spirit Sanctum and go up to level 9, right? You can only take it up to, I think, level 4 for floor 2 and level 6 or 7 for floor 3. It is a fast way to level up your units, but it does, you don't get the rewards that you get from fighting the monsters, right? You sure you get the XP, but you don't get the gold, the loot, the chance at keys. It's better to fight mobs. But if there's just no mobs to fight, or if you accidentally, maybe you joined a guild late and the guild's already on floor 2, so you took your level 1 ass and went straight to floor 2 and all the monsters are too strong to fight, you can use the Spirit Sanctum to catch up so that you can actually start participating on the floor, right? So, or you just completely ran out of heroes. You're sitting on a shit ton of provisions, but you've used all your heroes for the day. You can use the Spirit Sanctum to top off your levels. Oh, and also remember, guys, your provisions hold over. If you end the day with 20 provisions, the next day you will still have your 20 plus the daily bonus. So you don't have to worry about using every single provision. They do carry over day to day, as long as you don't exceed your maximum cap of like 155 provisions. Make sure you don't overcap. Here's a chance for a key to drop, and keys are what let you open chests. So, I think we've beaten a dead horse on the elemental system. So, you know, what element to pick, what you should go with, this will tie back to the Spirit Sanctum. If you are relatively new at this game, do not pick light or dark for 2 reasons. One, the Spirit Sanctum only lets you power level red, green, and blue. You cannot use the Spirit Sanctum to power light and dark. So you lose that safety net if you make light and dark your principal units. 2, if you're relatively new, you may not have all of the light and dark heroes that you want for the fight. Moonlight heroes are the harder heroes to get. You'll probably have a more successful time sticking with red, green, and blue, because red, green, and blue have a whole host of 3- and 4-star heroes that work amazing. Okay? So maybe consider sticking to RGB if this is your first time in Ancient Inheritance. Ask your guild, tell your guild commanders, like, hey, I only have like 2 dark units, so maybe don't put me on the dark team. If you get assigned to a team that doesn't have good elements, etc., etc. Also, because I said you can't level light and dark at the Spirit Sanctum, the availability of dark mobs and light mobs is going to go down. There's no more light and dark mobs than there are elemental mobs, except that the light and dark teams are going to be farming them heavily, so they're going to run out faster. And if they run out, you're just shit out of luck. You've got no way to level light and dark. So you want to make sure, if you pick light and dark, that one, you're aggressive, that you play, that you're active, and you're going to be able to go in there and get the light and dark mobs to level your units, to level your XP before everybody else rolls in and kills the mobs for you and you're left with nothing. You're going to make sure that you have light and dark heroes on your team so that you're able to farm this. And as for a secondary element, it's okay to pick light and dark as a secondary element. A lot of people do that so they can feel more impactful at the very, very end of AI, helping with Prongo, but be careful about having too many people in your guild be light and dark as a secondary hero, because you're going to be leveling your secondary element as well, right? Your support element, your backup element. And again, there's only a limited number of light and dark heroes, so you don't want to have like 15 people in your guild with dark as its secondary element. You're totally going to run out of these, and then the people who are primarying the dark element aren't going to have enough mobs to level up, and you're not going to be able to kill prongos. Now, each element has a job. Let me explain how a day in Ancient Inheritance works so that you will know why it's important to have every single element in the game covered in your guild. Okay? When you first log into Ancient Inheritance, it's basically farming day. You've divided up into teams, and you're all going to just start rolling around and kicking the shit out of monsters to raise your levels. But what kicking the shit out of monsters also does is it increases this Ancient Dragon's Rage. Every mob that gets attacked and killed raises this rage counter. And when this rage counter hits 1500, Prongo appears. Stupid name, strong enemy. Prongo is the floor boss. The first Prongo that appears, I believe, is the light Prongo. So the dark elemental teams are up. The people who've been fighting light monsters to level their dark units, they're up. And they go and they fight Prongo, because Prongo is very, very weak to dark attacks. Other elements can still attack him. They just won't do nearly as much damage as people who are focused on dark elements. Prongo also has a special mechanic that lets you self-heal your team, but it only heals dark elemental units. So if you take non-darks in on the team, they're not going to heal so well, like at all. So dark elemental heroes go and they beat the crap out of Prongo, and they get him down to 50% health, and Prongo runs away like a little bee and calls his friends the Wardens. The Wardens are massive dragons, and there is a ice, fire, and earth warden, and they're in like opposite corners of the map. In order to get Prongo to come back so you can kill that last 50%, you've got to kill the Wardens. That's where your red, green, and blue fighters come into play, and that's why they're so important. You've got to drop all 3 of the Wardens to make Prongo come back. So you want to have your ice team chilling out beside the fire warden. You want to have your earth team chilling out beside the water warden spawn point. And then once that first Prongo, once the dark team knocks him down to 50% health, he runs away, those wardens appear. Your warden killing squad, your red, green, and blue squad jumps on those teams and just curb stomps them into oblivion. Once the last warden dies, Prongo returns. This time, though, he returns in a different spot on the map, and this time Prongo is dark. So it's the light elemental team's job to finish the last 50% of Prongo. So you have basically 2 floor boss teams. The first iteration of the floor boss team is dark. The second iteration of the floor boss team is light. They finish off the last 50% of the health, and boom, the entire floor rewards disseminate for the entire guild. Everybody gets the first piece of gear, some other really fat rewards, big hunks of XP, whether or not they were a part of the fight or not. You get the rewards. And all that drops, and a portal to floor number 2 opens up. Now, floors number 2 and 3, they're the same as floors number 1. It's just a bigger map, stronger monsters, more HP, better loot. Lather, rinse, repeat, that's the entire event, right? Everybody farming mobs to raise Ancient Dragon's Rage, raising their own levels to get ready for their specific job, and then everybody doing their part in a very organized and team-like way. The ever-important Dark team taking out the first Prongo, the ever-important Fire, Earth, and Ice units taking out their corresponding Wardens, and the ever-important Light team taking out the second Warden. Every element is just as important. You do not want to have 10 light teams and 12 dark teams, and then the remaining 12 people on your guild are divided up amongst the elements, and not even, math was rough there, remaining 8 people in your guild are divided up amongst the last 3 wardens, so you've only got like 2 fire guys, and the fire guys say, hey, I'm only allowed to attack the wardens twice per day. You're only allowed to attack bosses twice per day, and it's not going to be until tomorrow before I'm allowed to attack them again, unless somebody wants to change their element, withdraw all their heroes, re-recruit, and try to farm that element up and come down and help me. That ain't gonna happen. We aren't going to clear this floor until tomorrow, and the light team is standing there holding their dicks waiting for Dark Prongo to show up because you only assign 3 people to the Fire Warden, and one of those 3 people is AFK. Try to make sure, if you're a guild organizer, try to make sure you have at least 4 to 5 people on each RGB team. 4 to 5 fire specialists, 4 to 5 ice specialists, 4 to 5 earth specialists, and that at least 3 or 4 of them are active. It only takes 2 or 3 people who are really, really aggressive to kill a warden. 4 or 5 will make short work of it and have enough provisions left over to explore and get chests and all kinds of stuff. And then for the Prongo teams, they're a little bit tougher, and maybe make sure you have, I don't know, 5 to 7 people on the light and dark teams. But not more than that. If you do more than 7 light and more than 7 dark, you're probably going to run out of light, and it's going to be starvation. People are going to be running all over the map looking for these guys to fight, because it's better to have 7 level 6 dark fighters than to have 10 level 4 dark fighters. You will do a lot more damage. You want to make sure there's enough monsters to go around, and you want to make sure you can drop those wardens quickly. In a perfect world, this is how it happens. You farm all day, and that's about it. Then the next day rolls around, you farm a little bit more, and this procs, boom, Prongo appears, the brute squad's in place, they kill Prongo, boom, the wardens appear, those teams are in place, they kill Prongo, boom, or the wardens, then boom, final Prongo appears, that team was in place, you kill that one, boom, you're on level 2 by day 2. Now, instead of going to level 2 though, don't. Stick around. Kill some more monsters. Level up. You got 2 whole ass weeks to do this. You got plenty of time. Go get the loot. Go get the guild chests. Go check out the relic shrines. Go get all of the stuff you need to level up your units and be stronger. So, guild organizers, 4 to 6 people on each RGB team, 5 to 7 people on each Prongo team, and you should be good to go. And your Prongo team is going to be your light and dark heroes, so make sure the people you assign to that aren't brand spanking new. Those should be the more veteran, more seasoned people in the game, people who know more about unit interaction, unit skills, who understand what sets do, and who have the ML units to support doing the fights. As for secondary element, leave it up to everybody else, but have them tell you. Have them say, yeah, I would like to be on the red team, and I'm going to pick dark as my secondary element. Say, that's fine, but you could also DM and say, dude, we got like 9 people that have picked dark as the secondary element. Could you maybe pick a different one so we don't oversaturate dark? Sorry, guys. Stupid, useless, dry cough. It's going to be around for months. You watch. All right. Now, let's talk for a minute about relics. This is the last mechanic of the game that we haven't really touched on and is probably the most important aspect of the game. Relics do amazing things for you inside of Ancient Inheritance. And you know what? You guys love tier lists, right? Let's do a tier list for relics. Give me 1 second. I gotta get some assets here. Where can I find assets for these? Ooh, this will work. Okay. This. Give me 1 second. I'm collecting screenshots. I know I've been yapping for a while about this, and I know a lot of you are like, I already know all this stuff. I'm bored. When's he going to do a fight? But try to drink some coffee, kick yourself awake, because this is probably one of the most important parts of Ancient Inheritance. Relics. Okay. So can we add that tier list back? Where's the add a row button? Ah, well, I'll deal with that later, but let's see. Computer. Oh, there we go. Okay, so these 3 right here, these are your starting relics, right? When you first log into the game, you get to pick from these 3, okay? This is the Exploration Journal. This is the one that gives you a 30% chance. Does anyone else forget that Una's 5-star? Yeah, because she's got like 3-star unit stats. This is the one that gives you a 30% chance to get more Exploration Journal, or sorry, get more Exploration XP when you use tombstones and backpacks. This is the Wulf Gauntlet. This is the one that basically makes you gives you a Tundra's Blessing if you fight monsters that are stronger than you. So this will let you say you're level 1, you can fight level 2 monsters as if you were level 2. But if you fight a level 2 or 3 monster, this doesn't do jack. And then the telescope, which is more of an endgame one. This lets you be able to see areas of the map and is really useless until you get the Wanderer's Pipe. So this is more of an endgame thing that is useless early on, but has potential endgame insanity. I'm not really going to tier these out. I guess if I did, I would say this is B tier, this is C tier, and this is D tier or S tier if you have its corresponding mate, right? This is S tier if you have Wanderer's Pipe with it. Without Wanderer's Pipe, this is not even to be ranked. It's D tier. Savvy? And a lot of these relics are going to be like that, where synergy matters the most. Let's see. This right here is... How do I want to start this? You know, we talked about it, so let's get right into it. This is Wanderer's Pipe. Wanderer's Pipe lets you teleport anywhere within your vision circle. And by vision circle, I mean... where was I on the map? I keep closing windows when I shouldn't. You notice when I'm moving around how these circles are lit up in gold? With Wanderer's Pipe, you can teleport once per day to anywhere I can see. Not just my vision range, but I can teleport over here once per day because I can see it. It's lit up. So that's nice because it lets me get around monsters. Like, I can see this monster blocking the path, but I can see the spot on the other side of him. So I could use Wanderer's Pipe to teleport past the monster, bypassing this fight, and maybe getting the guild chest. So it's nice for being able to get past blockages to get guild chests. If you are relatively casual in this game, you don't want to be spending too much time or effort in Ancient Inheritance, talk to your guild mates, or talk to your guild leader, and say, hey, I would like to be the cleanup crew. I know I'm not going to be the first guy in. I know I'm not going to be re-gearing all of my units and putting in a shit ton of effort to be the super high score, but I want to be a contributing member. I'm going to take the telescope and I'm going to try to get the Wanderer's Pipe. And with that, I can go anywhere on the map because I can't see some spots on the map, so I can't Wanderer's Pipe to them, but with the telescope, I can see anywhere. So all I'm going to do is while you guys are out there killing the monsters, leveling up and progressing the guild, I'm going to be the guy that teleports past the blockades, past these stupid things that are in the way, that goes to the out of the way, hard to get to areas of the map with the telescope and the pipe, and I'm going to open the guild chests. And I'm going to kill some mini bosses, and I'm going to be the guy that gets the loot that you don't want to have to waste provisions going and doing. For those guys, this is an S tier relic, and so is this. I mean, really, if you get both of these, it's S tier if you know what you're doing. But, you know, this is like somebody who really knows what they're doing in the game. They want very job specific, little hard to use. So I will leave Wanderer's Pipe up here in the A tier. But if you get this with it, it's S tier with a bullet. Savvy? This right here is called Eerie Dish. Okay, Eerie Dish is kind of a crap artifact or crap relic. Okay, what Eerie Dish does is when you kill a monster, you get 5 provisions back. And you may be thinking, well, hey, that's pretty damn good because when you fight a monster, it takes 5 provisions, right? No. You have to kill it. You have to kill the last freaking heart. So you have to spend 5, 10, 15, 20 provisions and you get 5 back. Now, if there's a monster that just has 1 heart left, Eerie Dishk is good provision conservation because you basically get a free fight. But that's about it. I mean, if you get it, you get it, but it's probably the lowest on the tier list for usability relics. Food provisions. We'll slap this in the B tier. This is a helper relic. Remember the guy I said who's staying behind and being the cleanup crew and not really putting in that much effort into the fight? Probably has lots of leftover provisions because they're not really leveling their units or fighting that much. They're just there to go collect the loot and jump around and stuff. This is an S tier for those guys. But for everyone else, it's kind of a B tier. What this lets you do is twice per day, it lets you send 5 provisions to a guildmate. Now, it doesn't actually lower your own provisions. It magically creates 5 and sends them to a guildmate. So it's not like you're dropping your own provisions by 10. You're just able to send 5, and you can send 5 to the same person twice. You can send 10 to one person. So twice a day, you know, people say, crap, I've got 4 provisions and I needed 5 to kill the warden. Hey, buddy, I got you. Here's 5 provisions. Now you can kill the warden and progress the guild. I did my part. So again, if you're a casual player, this is a huge one because it lets you help out the people who are carrying your guild on their shoulders. But for the aggressive player, it's just a nice fun one. You can't send the provisions to yourself. So you got to send them to guildmates. Yeah, it's a guild carry relic. And cleanup crew is guild carry, right? I'm sorry, it's not a guild carry relic. It's a how to assist your guild carry units relic, all right? You got a guy that always does 1,000,000 points to Prongo. You want him to be able to hit twice? Send that fucker some provisions. You're just going around collecting guild chests. This is a really nice way to be a supporter for your guild, especially if you're casual, especially if you only play a few hours a day, especially if you hate Ancient Inheritance with a purple passion. Get pipe, get telescope, get provisions, and you can literally log in for 5 minutes, send stuff where it needs to be sent, teleport, open a chest, log out, and you're done for the day. And you have done a huge service to your guild. 4-leaf clover. I'm going to put 4-leaf clover in the A tier, right? Because 4-leaf clover is either S or it's C. So we're going to stick it in A. And by this, what I mean is when you do a normal fight, remember how I said win or lose, any units you used in the normal fight are dead for the rest of the day? You can't use them again? 4-leaf clover can fix that. There's a 50-50 shot that after a fight, live or die, after a fight, your units are still available. So this is huge for farming normal mobs. You got that one guy that can solo a mob, clover hits, you win the coin toss, still alive, you can go and solo the mob with the same damn unit again, over and over and over again, as long as you hit that 50%. 50% of the time, this does nothing for you. It's a gotcha relic, right? So this is a really, really nice one for leveling your units. So we'll put it in A tier. Yes, best use is on floors 1 and 2. Once your units are all level 9 and you don't need to level up your elements anymore, this has 0 usage whatsoever because you're not doing normal fights anymore. I mean, other than for loot. So you may not keep this at the end. You'll probably ditch this for something better. Which one is this? Oh, Sacred Charm. Let's talk about Sacred Charm. Sacred Charm's a little bit weird. I'm going to put it in the B tier. What Sacred Charm does is, remember how I said you're only allowed to hit the wardens twice? Remember that guy who was the only guy hitting the fire warden, and he could only hit it twice? He couldn't hit it again until tomorrow? The major bosses, the wardens and the prongos, you can only hit twice per day. No matter how many units you have, no matter how many provisions you have, only twice per day per person. You got 30 people in your guild, yeah, you can hit it 60 times, but if you've only got one person down there by the warden and you need him to kill the warden, he can only hit it twice. What Sacred Charm does is it doubles that. It lets you be able to hit a warden or prongo 4 times. Which sounds amazing, right? You would want the best units in your game, or best players in your game to have this, so you could have a guy hit prongo 4 times, or you don't even need a fire team. You just have one guy with Sacred Charm, and he's your Fire Warden team, right? Here's the thing. Remember how your units die after you fight? This 4-leaf clover thing only works on normal fights. It doesn't work on boss fights, so you can't use this. You've got to have 4, 8, 12, 16 units that synergize well to be able to hit the boss 4 times, and that's tough. That's tough to build 4 good boss-killing teams. So, although it's kind of a nice thing, most people don't have the depth of units recruited for the ability to run 4 teams, but some people do. Some people specialize around this, and it lets you be able to hit the boss multiple times and help carry your guild. But I think you'll find that your first 2 hits, you do 2 million damage each, and then your 3rd and 4th hit, you do like 500k damage each because you just don't have the units needed to finish the fight. So I'm ranking this kind of low. More like B tier, maybe even C. Yeah, I'll just leave it in B for right now. It's B if you really, really know what you're doing. It's C if you're new. Let's just leave it at that, right? Okay. I want to get into what we're going to call the Tundra Blessing artifacts. Now, for those of you who missed it, there is a special buff in Ancient Inheritance called Tundra's Blessing. When you have Tundra's Blessing, you get a buff to your damage, okay? There's 3 levels to it. Tundra's Blessing level 1 gives you a 15% damage boost. Tundra's Blessing level 2 gives you a 30%. And Tundra's Blessing level 3 gives you a 50% damage boost. Okay? So when you fight normal monsters, boss monsters, anything, if you've got Tundra's Blessing, you hit a lot harder. You get much higher points, you do much more damage. These are all relics that give Tundra's Blessing. Okay? First is Broken Arrow. Okay, Broken Arrow, I'm going to slap in the A tier because it's the easiest to use. The conditions on Broken Arrow is you need to have 3 or more units on the team. If you have 3 or more units on the team, any class, any element, as long as there's 3, I'm sorry, not units, 3 or more classes on the team. Any element, but as long as it's 3 different classes, fighter, thief, priest, or soul weaver, warrior, mage, ranger. As long as there are 3 classes, you get +1 Tundra's Blessing. That makes it kind of shitty for fighting normal monsters, but for fighting bosses, that's great because you can still do mono element. As long as you got 3 classes, you get that 15% damage boost. So this is really nice for making it easier to kill the wardens. 15% more damage when you kill the wardens. 15% more damage when you kill the prongo. Instead of doing 1 million damage, you do 1.15 million damage. So this is a good one to have, and its condition is very easy to meet for boss fights. It just doesn't really do anything for you for normal fights. Next is Akir's Tome. Akir's Tome is basically shitty Broken Arrow. Akir's Tome is, it gives you +1 Tundra's Blessing if you have more than 1 element on the team, okay? Fire and ice, earth and water. This one's more for farming normal monsters, because typically the boss fights, the warden fights, the prongo fights, you never want to mix your elements, okay? But this will make you stronger versus normal monsters because it only requires 2 units, 1 of each element, to get the +1 Tundra Blessing. So, more for boss fights, more for normal fights, and for normal fights, you really just don't need it. You're going to be able to crush anyway, so it's kind of stinky one. It's definitely the weakest of the Tundra Blessing ones. And then we have the Snakehead figurine. This is our first S tier one, and the reason is its conditions are super easy and its effect is insane, okay? S tier gives you +2 Tundra's Blessing to the next fight after you use an object, right? What that means is you interact with any object in the game, and the next fight you do, you'll be at +2. You open a chest, go do a fight at +2. You use a relic shrine, then go do a fight, +2. You go use a statue to resurrect units, then you go to a fight, +2. You open a backpack, then you go do a fight, +2. Okay? You just make sure that you use an object in between each fight, and you always have +2. And here's a little pro tip. Those barricades that you have to break down, the game considers those objects. You can go hit a barricade, hit a monster, hit a barricade, hit a boss, hit a barricade, hit a monster, and always have +2. +2 is an immediate 30% damage boost. If you combine this and this, then these are like double S, right? Because that's +3. That's plus 50% damage. This is the magic combo for people who want to do nuclear damage to Prongo, is getting these two on. But at least try to get one of these if you're on a boss killing team. If you're cleanup crew, you probably don't give a shit about the Tundra's Blessing relics. But if you want to really hit hard, these are the two to get. Now we're going to talk about the 3 movement relics, right? The 3 classes of relics that impact moving around the map, okay? First is our first S tier artifact, the Bronze Ring. I think this is universally accepted as the best relic in the game, okay? When you have this relic, anything that's in your visibility range, you can interact with, okay? You see how we're chilling out right here in the middle of this big yellow circle? Crozet's just standing right here. Crozet can attack this monster without walking over to him. Crozet can use this Spirit Sanctum without walking over to it, right? If I move over to here, to this spot right here, let's say I move this spot right here, and my yellow circle's like this, I can use this backpack without walking over to it. I can use this without having to use provisions to walk over and provisions to walk back. I can just use it. I can attack Prongo without walking over to Prongo. If it's in your yellow area of effect, you can use it. Open chest, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, this is Divine, not me, right? It says right here, Divine's account. So, Bronze Ring is huge. You just roll your ass right into the middle of a spot, use everything that you want to use without having to take a step. And Vitality Brew. Vitality Brew normally would be in the C tier. All Vitality Brew does is this yellow area of effect, it increases it by 1 bubble. Well, that's useless, right? You have a bigger yellow bubble, but you still have to walk to places to get it, unless you have the Bronze Ring. The synergy here is crazy. Now you can have a bigger bubble, and you can use more things without touching them. So this, if you have Bronze Ring, this becomes S tier because it increases your area of influence and you are able to use more things without having to walk to them. All by itself and alone, it's C tier, but if you can combine it with Bronze Ring, huge, S tier. And the last one is Wooden Doll. Wooden Doll is a weird one. Wooden Doll changes your ability to move from walking to teleporting. You can teleport 2 spots for 2 provisions, or you can teleport 1 spot for 1 provision, which is worse, right? If I use Wooden Doll to teleport here, it uses 2 provisions. But if I walk there, it only uses 1 provision, right? Well, that's not very good. Except you can teleport anywhere in your ring of influence. He can teleport with Wooden Doll. He can teleport from here to this spot here with Albedo. 1, 2, 3 spots. And he can teleport there for 2 provisions. He just walked 3 provisions worth of spots for 2 provisions. And also consider that if you use Wooden Doll with the Vitality Brew, that's going to increase his area of effect by 1 additional spot. He could teleport 1, 2, 3, 4 spots for 2 provisions. It gets to the point where you can go double the distance with half of the provisions spent. And also consider, he can teleport here for 2 provisions and then use everything in this circle of influence. And then teleport here for 2 provisions and use everything in this circle. And then teleport up here and use everything in this circle of influence. Because he's got all 3 of these movement artifacts. The 3 of these together are unlimited provisions for traveling and moving around. Crazy amount of stuff, okay? Taken on their own, kind of mid. Combined with the ring, God tier. Savvy? So the movement relics, don't just read it and say, well, that doesn't do me any good. Well, that seems kind of bad. Consider what happens when you get the bronze ring. What these will do for you. Now, my last two are my battle artifacts. My battle relics. I shouldn't call them artifacts, they're relics. Ancient Shield and Conqueror's Flag. These are the keys to the city. Heartbreaking relics. That's a good way to call them, Space Shield. Heartbreaking relics. What Ancient Shield does is, hang on, I want to make sure I'm not getting them backwards. I mean, both of these do the same thing, right? Both of these do the same thing. It is when you win a fight, you take an additional heart away from the monster. Okay, yeah, so Conqueror's Flag, when you fight a normal monster, you do an extra heart of damage. Ancient Shield is when you fight a monster and you have 3 or fewer heroes, you do an extra heart of damage, which you always have 3 or fewer heroes when you are fighting a normal monster, right? You always take in 1 or 2 man teams, 3 at the worst. You never take a full 4-man team into a monster fight. So both of these do an extra heart of damage and they stack. If you have one of them, you'll do an extra heart of damage. If you have both of them, you'll do 2 extra hearts of damage. But here's the thing. You also get the XP. I fight this little green baddie down here, and I've got both of these relics. I'll take 5 provisions. I'll kill him. I will get the XP for the first heart, and then I'll do 2 additional hearts damage, and I will get the same XP for those. Like, if I got 100 XP from killing this guy, I would get 300 XP and do 3 hearts of damage. You still have the 5 cost to do it, but you get 3 hearts worth of damage for 1 fight. You get 3 hearts worth of XP for 1 fight. And you only use 1 team. Unit Conservation Extreme. Now he's only got 1 heart left, right? If I attack him again, he's only got 1 heart left. I do that heart, and I still get, yes, you get triple the loot too. You get triple everything except keys. I think you only get 1 key, I think. He's only got 1 heart left, and I kill him. I do 1 heart damage. It still gives me 3 hearts worth of XP, 3 hearts worth of loot, all for that 1 attack. So I just used, let's say I'm able to solo this with 2 units. I just did 6 attacks worth of XP, 6 attacks worth of loot, 6 attacks worth of work with 2 units, using only 2 attacks worth of provisions. You want to get your units to level 9 fast. You want to make sure that your guild doesn't run out of units to fight. You pick up these relics as heckin' soon as possible. 1, ideally both. And you can min-max the units. Now, it is theoretically possible. Let's say this little guy had only 1 attack, 1 heart left, and me and Divine are standing side by side, and we both queue him up. If we attack him at the exact same time, we can both get in on that last heart and both get 6 hearts or 3 hearts worth of damage for that last heart. But it takes crackerjack timing. If you're just a little bit off, one gets in and the other gets the battle already in progress message, and you can't get into the fight. But if you're really coordinating a Discord room, and there's like, you're both standing beside a guy that's got 1 heart left, and you both got these relics, get in on it. Even if you only have 1 relic. Now, if you only have 1 relic, you'll do 2 hearts, and then you'll do 2 more hearts. But if you got a buddy that doesn't have the relic, right? You do 2 hearts, he does 1 heart, and then you do 2 hearts. You get that extra free heart. But it's absolutely bloody perfect when you've got both of those relics. You can power level so fast, and once your elements will be level 9, and you'll be level 9 very quickly doing that, then you can ditch these, because these no longer have any use once you've maxed out your levels, just like this doesn't have any use once you've maxed out your levels. And then just go for movement and Tundra Blessing relics, so that you can move further and hit harder with your already maxed out units. Yep, value goes down end game. So this is the power level technique, and the more people in your guild that use this, the faster you're going to clear the floors, the easier the game's going to be. But how do you get the relics, right? I'm saying this like you just go in and pick what you want, and unfortunately, it ain't all that easy. as you level up your exploration level, you will get relics. You get relics at levels 3, 5, 7, and 9, I think, or maybe it's just 3, 5, and 7. You will get relics, and it's random, right? It'll pop up with that random, here are 3 relics, and it pulls from a random pool. And you will probably get the ones that you don't want, but hopefully one of those 3 is one of the ones that you want, and you can select it and add it to your list. If you don't get the ones you want, there are relic shrines. Let's see. Relic shrines look like this, right? And you can go to a relic shrine and use it, and it will instantly propagate 3 random relics, and you can select from one and swap out relics you have. Now, it's important to know that before you use a relic shrine, make sure you have room for a relic on your list. And also make sure you have a relic you want to swap out. If you've got 3 relics that you want to keep, and you've only got 3 open slots for relic, all you're doing is wasting provisions using this, because it's going to show you a bunch of relics and you don't have room to add them to your list. So make sure you got something you want to trade out, because once you use it, it's spent. You can't just exit out and go back and use it later. Once you activate it, it shows you the list. You pick it or you don't pick it, but after that, it's gone forever. And there's only so many relic shrines per floor, 3 or 4 per floor. So go roaming for relic shrines to find the relics that you want, but make sure you've got room on your relic list for the new relics. It's a lot, right? I know. It's a new event, and I know I'm yapping about it for hours, but it really is somewhat intuitive. And if you're in a guild that is active, people will hold your hands. You can get into Discord rooms. You can chat about it. You can discuss jobs. You could talk to people. Hey, we need somebody else to be Earth. Can somebody switch elements? Hey, who wants to stay behind to be the cleanup crew? Hey, can anybody send me provisions? If somebody sends you 1 provisions, I can finish off this warden. That kind of stuff's nice to have a dedicated Discord room for it, and even a chat room, right? In my guild, we have the Baka inheritance room, where we discuss things. We talk about the teams we use to score really high points. We even do like a group photo at the end showing that we've killed the last Prongo and we're all together in the photograph because we're a bunch of nerds. But also having voice chat rooms is really nice for that kind of stuff too. So I know I harped on those movement artifacts being so good, and that's because this is a tactical movement map and it's unforgiving, right? There's no undo. So you look at your provisions. He's got 9 provisions. It takes 6 to kill Prongo, to fight Prongo. So he's got 3 provisions. 1, 2, 3 provisions to get to here, and he can attack Prongo. He's got enough to do it. But if it took 7 to attack Prongo, he doesn't have enough. He would go 9, 8 provisions, 7 provisions, 6 provisions, and it takes 7 to attack Prongo. He couldn't do it. So it would be better for him to maybe use the 9 he has to move his ass up here to this relic shrine so that tomorrow morning he can get a new relic, because Prongo's going to get killed by the rest of the guild. Otherwise, he would use his provisions to move over here, and then he wakes up in the morning, gets new provisions, and Prongo's already dead. Or he moves over here and he DMs the guild and says, somebody give me provisions so I can do this fight. Okay? So count the hexes, figure out what you want to do, and if you have the provisions to do it before you actually click the button, because there is no undo.
120 powder from killing Prongo gonna go a long way, whose young Senya artifact, Bloodstone, and Sigurds.
Yeah, remember when I said you kill first Prongo, you kill the wardens, you kill second Prongo, you move to the next floor. When you get to floor 3 and you kill that final Prongo, another Prongo comes back, stronger. And when you kill him, you get mod boxes and powder. And then when you kill him, another Prongo comes back. When you kill him, you get more mod boxes and powder. And when you kill that Prongo, a final Prongo, a third and final Prongo comes back. When you kill him, you get a shit ton of mod boxes and powder. Hundreds of powder. About a half a dozen mod boxes. It is so good. So you really want to be able to have an organized guild so that you not just get all the rewards,
And
but you've got
don't
to...
forget, when you do your ancient inheritance, like and subscribe to TristenWulf, and Tristen will help you a lot because of his knowledge.
I've just done it 11 seasons, so I've been... It's not my first trip to the rodeo. So yeah, everybody's wanting this young Senya artifact, right? 120 powder goes a long way towards getting that artifact. So you want to be in an active guild that's got a chance, not just at clearing all 3 floors, but killing the final 3 bonus prongos at the end for additional stuff. Get into a good guild. Leave those losers. Drop those zeros and get with some heroes. Let me see. What else we got? Oh, yeah. So, real good friend of mine named Bread. Back in the day, he started making maps. And I reached out to him to help him make these maps. And, since then, he and I have been working together and have put together a team of really, really good map makers. Right? Take this link, and every video that I put up about Ancient Inheritance is going to have this link in the video. So you'll be able to find it. It's also in my Discord. And this will take you to the map room, where we will build the maps. Before you even get to the floors, before Ancient Inheritance even opens for most of you, we will have maps showing you where everything is, where the wardens spawn, right? We'll put the fire wardens and the ice wardens where they belong on the map. We'll show you where the prongos spawn. We'll show you where the relic shrines are, where the teleporters are, where the barricades and normal monsters are. We'll show you how strong and weak the normal monsters are and what elements they are. We'll have all of this loaded onto the maps for you. So you will be able to plan out your day. Oh, I need fire elemental heroes. Let's look at the map. Oh, there's some fires over here. I'm going to head to the west. I'm on the Ice Warden team. Okay, after I farm a little bit, I'm going to head up here to where they say the Ice Warden is. We will have all of this done in advance for you, so you don't have to waste provisions flailing around. Copy these maps, share them with your guild, draw lines and arrows on them, assign teams and positions, or just use them for your own personal farming. We'll even show you where the guild chests are for the cleanup crew. We'll make it really, really easy for you. These guys are hardworking. The maps are put together by hand, a hex at a time. It takes us hours to put all this together for you, but it's something that, you know, Brett has selflessly done. He doesn't ask for money or tips or anything. As much as I've told him he really needs to put a donation tab up, he still doesn't seem to have done it. And also, there'll be guides here. There'll be links to my videos. There'll be links to Derp's guide, and Derp puts together a very nice how-to guide on Ancient Inheritance. This is from last season, still the destruction set, not the injury set, but all the information should be relatively the same if you want to get some ideas on good teams to fight certain things. Here are good fire units to choose. Here are good water units to choose. People are asking me to do a tier list of units. I don't need to. He told you some really good units right here. He goes down and says, oh, you need to fight the Fire Warden. You need to, or sorry, the Copper Wyvern. It's a mini boss. You need to fight the Banshee Queen. Here's a good team to use against the Banshee Queen. Oh, you gotta fight the Warden now? Here's some good Warden. Here's a good team for killing the Ice Warden. Here's a good backup team for killing the Ice Warden. Here's good teams for the Fire Warden. Puts it all together for you. Even how to fight Prongo, the light and dark teams for fighting Prongo. And just general comps that are good. If you need to fight Prongo, but you didn't choose light and dark, here are good teams for killing Prongo, especially at the end when there's no more wardens. It's just all about Prongo. You don't have to feel useless. You can use these teams to still fight. This is what the maps that Brett and the rest of the team are going to put together. This is what they'll look like, and you can decide if you want to do arrows and lines and stuff to let people know where to go, or if you just want to use the map as it is to figure out, like, you know, this is where Prongo is. This is where the Fire Warden is. These are where the teleports are. Here's a guild chest hanging out over here. Derp's Guide's got a really, really nice guide, and this is also the rewards for killing the final Prongos. 30 powder, 40 powder, 50 powder, and all these mod boxes for killing the additional wardens. And also there's the Ancient Inheritance database where, you know, this is where I got a lot of my info on the relics. And, oh, he had a tier list too, didn't he? I think he was a little generous with Broken Arrow, but yeah, this looks pretty similar, doesn't it? I don't know, I would put Wolf Gauntlet way down there, but whatever. I love Mr. Navi opening the chest. So anyway, lots and lots of info on this site. Bookmark it. It's going to be constantly in flux. Please don't ask to be an editor. If you've got changes, if you see something on the map that's not there, right? You're like, hey, right here, there's a treasure chest that's not on the map. Screenshot it and send it to us. Send it to me. Send it to Brad. One of us will update the map, okay? We can only have so many editors on the map without breaking the entire thing, and we've already got a pretty solid team of people handling all of that. Let me see. I think that about covers it. Remember, when you enlist heroes, you're allowed to de-enlist up to 10 heroes, right? If you find a hero is not being useful to you anymore, you can remove them from the list and enlist somebody new. You can do that 10 times per season. Not per day, not per week, per season. So once you run out of those 10 withdraws, your roster is locked. Yes, Space Shield, do not try to cheese the system, right? If you're if you did a fight and now you're you know, you did a fight and now your Conqueror Lilius is dead and you have a dupe Conqueror Lilius, you can't de-enlist it and then enlist the dupe. She'll still be dead. De-enlisting and re-enlisting doesn't revive the unit. Dead is dead. So, make sure you use those well. You only use them to remove units that are not working out for you anymore. Maybe these were units that you use just to farm normal mobs and you ain't doing that anymore. You're all level 9 now, so you're removing them and enlisting units that help you fight Prongo. Whatever. It's good for correcting mistakes. It's good for shifting gears. Sure. There you go. It's Fight Like a Tiger. It's Guilty Gear Strive. The old bad guys theme, right? Let me see. Is there anything else other than withdrawing heroes? Oh, treasure chests. So if you want to open a treasure chest, you need a key. You get keys from doing normal monster fights. Oh, and this is what I meant about Relic. Oh no, that's elemental levels. Yeah, you see, I maxed out Earth and Light here. And I didn't even touch the other elements, because who cares? 2 elements, stick to 2. Level 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. You open up a socket at exploration levels 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. If you're level 2 and you don't want to get rid of this, don't use a relic shrine until you're level 3 and you've opened up a spot and this spot's relic isn't one you want. Then you can use a relic shrine to fish for a better one. Don't go and try to get all 3 movement artifacts when you've only got 2 open slots. All you're doing is wasting provisions and time. So make sure you got room for the relics before you put them in there. And when you do fights... You see how this area is dark? You can't use Wanderer's Pipe to teleport to dark areas. You can use Wanderer's Pipe to teleport to lit up areas. Not just in your vision, but also lit up. I could use Wanderer's Pipe to teleport to here. I could Wanderer's Pipe to all this area because I've been there before, but I couldn't Wanderer's Pipe to here. It's too dark. I could Wanderer's Pipe right across this chasm over here and bypass this entire gap. But with Telescope, I can look at this spot, light it up, and then I can teleport to it. To open a treasure chest, you've got to have a key. And you can see right here, my keys, I have 0 keys. So I can't open the treasure chest because I have no keys. You get keys by doing fights. Ignore the fact that I used 4 units in this fight. I think I was just completely out of units. Let's see if I got a key from that fight, damn it. Trying to scroll through an hour-long video, man. Not easy. Anyway, you get me. When you level up your exploration level, you will get keys. I think at level 9, you get 5 keys. Exploration level 9, you get 5 keys right out of the gate. So, you'll get plenty of keys. You can click this little info button up here beside exploration level info, and it'll tell you what you get at every level. Can I explain the goddess statues? Sure. Beside every boss location, every Prongo fight, you notice how I got Tundra's Blessing 2? It's because I used an item. So my next fight, I'll have Tundra's Blessing 2 because of my Snakehead figurine. I Wanderer's Piped all the way over to this spot because massive movement. This goddess statue, let's say I fight this fight and I use 4 of my units fighting Prongo. I can wander over to the goddess statue and I can bring 4 units back to life. So she lets you basically resurrect 4 units, and you can use her once. And I think she has 5 limits, 5 uses per guild. So I could attack Prongo with my best team, use the goddess statue, bring the best team back to life. Using the goddess statue counts as an item. I get my Tundra's Blessing back, and then I do the fight again. Can you use the statue multiple times per person? I thought you could only use the statue once per person, but it was 5 times per guild. I don't think you can keep going back and forth statue. I'll have to double check on that. I seem to remember it only being a once per player kind of a thing. It's kind of like the the tombstones, where it's like once per player but 8 times per guild, or the tents that give you provisions once per player but like 5 times per guild, whereas chests and backpacks are unlimited usage but once per player. I think everything in the game is once per player. Chests once per player, backpacks once per player, statues once per player, tents once per player, but unlimited usage for guild on certain things like chests and backpacks, limited usage for other things like statues and tents. Yeah, Pokeduke. We're asking what the hell's going on. A bunch of us are confused as to why there's no patch yet. It's been delayed for some reason. What is the set this Ancient Inheritance? Injury and defense. Not the most pog thing, but still quite useful. And I tell you, man, Ancient Inheritance gear. Ancient Inheritance gear is some of the best rolled gear in the game. So it has, you still got to not be unlucky, but you can get some really, really, really pog pieces out of AI. Thanks for the stretch. Yeah, a lot of people don't have good injury sets. Because, farming Katie sucks. And most people that farm Rift were going for Pen and Torrent, not injury. So it's not a bad one. And defense has some uses too. Not as heavily used, but there are some really good defense scaling units, Lencia, who could really go good on a defense subset. Yeah, it's still 88, but 88 can roll Giga High. That was pretty nice. How about that piece? Think that's a good looking destruction set piece right there? It totally dodged speed, but a quad roll into crit chance, 26% crit chance on a speed helm? Yeah. Definitely worth chasing, guys. Man, this rolled effectiveness, and I was so sad. This was going so well, and I remember this. The last roll went into effectiveness. Like, what the fuck, Smilegate? It was so close to perfection. Reset it. Yeah, for real, right? Yeah, and that's a thing too, right? The shop inside of HAI, they sell a reset piece. So you can reset one of the items that you get if it doesn't roll that good. Get in a guild, get organized. I will have a guide up this afternoon. I've already got it scripted out. I've got the raw data recorded for it. It just takes a while to slap it all together. I'll have it up this afternoon. It'll be long and drawn out, kind of a rehash of everything we went over, but a little bit more organized and concise with bookmarks, so you can say, he said stuff about relics and I didn't listen, so I should go back and check that part out. Or what was that about how artifacts and specialty changes work again? You can jump to that section. Be a little bit easier for you to figure it out. I can't decide between Sea Phantom and A Tywin. I mostly do PvE. Then it's Sea Phantom. Good evening, Just Frame Fondy. How you doing? Hey, Tywin's nice, but you aren't going to use him in PvE that much. Anybody have any last minute questions about AI? Anything I didn't cover? Anything that's not entirely clear to you guys? Anything that you maybe missed or confused about? Is it hard to do? It is so easy. It's a little time consuming, but if you're an organized guild, it's not just easy, it's fun. Make a party out of it. Jump into a chat room, do it with friends. Coordinate. It's quite intuitive. Any tips on making long hair look that good? You know, really, my hair is long because when I was in college, I discovered that a haircut was exactly the same price as a pitcher of beer, and I had priorities. True story. Did you even finish the relic tier list? We did. The only relics I left off of it were the starting relics, right? Spyglass is up here if you have Wanderer's Pipe combined with it. If you don't have Wanderer's Pipe combined with it, Spyglass is kind of down here. Exploration Journal is up here on floors 1 and 2, and down here on floor 3. Wolf Gauntlet is up here on floor 1, here on floors 2 and 3. Since they were starting relics, I kind of just didn't bother discussing them because everybody gets rid of these 3 relics by the time they're on halfway through floor 2, with the exception of Spyglass, which is useless on floor 1 until you get this. Then suddenly this becomes insane. And these 2 relics are mostly for cleanup crew people. People who want to go for guild chests and stuff. How many 100 place gear score pieces do I have? Hey, Livin, thank you so much for the super, buddy. I appreciate it. Nine per row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 155. I've been playing a while. I think real quick, I'm going to demo my arena teams, and I'll maybe put this up as a video, because once Small Senya comes out, Harsetti's going to vanish from arena, and things are going to change drastically, right? The only Harsettis that are going to be left in arena are Harsettis that'll be combined with Sea Phantom Politis, and I don't think those are nearly as dangerous because you no longer have 2 knights to deal with. So once Tenya is out, the face is going to change, but in the meantime, until the 12th, people are wanting to climb an arena. I'm going to give you guys some tools and tips to try to help you excel in this. First, for those of you who can't be asked to do arena, you just want a nice auto team that can get things done. Let me recommend this team to you. This is my auto team. Works about 90% of the time. You will have some failures, but if you just want to get some good arena wins, get some points, try to hold your rank, and especially for the hard exchange where you have to do arena that everybody complains about, this is a way to make it pretty easy. In the front, I'm going to run Mediator Queric. In place of Mediator Queric, you could run Laya or Designer Lilibet. I think Queric works a little bit better, but all 3 of those could work in this position. He is just there to cleanse. In a perfect world, you have him on Sweet Miracle. That makes him acceptable to use into Mort's Fear ability. He'll cleanse Fear. If you don't have Sweet Miracle, this will still work. Just be a little bit more wary about teams with Mort on the enemy team. Oh, and as just build him bulky enough to survive. The speed is optional. This is really freaking mid-gear for a Queric, right? Next unit on the team is Arby. Arby is our DPS unit. You could replace Arby with BBK. BBK would work probably just as well. I don't know if just as well. I like Arby a little bit better, but BBK would work if you don't have your Arby. If you don't have Arby geared for this. Arby, just make him nuclear. You don't have to go over the top like this, but the more damage, the better. I just said screw speed, put him on a Lexus basket, and then just threw an attack and a torrent set on there. And yeah, an attack set, right? I could have gone Destro. I just want as much damage as possible. You want your Arby to kill. Mort is a really, really good anchor unit. You don't have to run Mort. You could run Ruel here for revive. You could run Ilanov here for an additional layer of defense. You could run Last Rider Crow for an additional tank that can also do damage, an additional way to kill. You could run Ambitious Tywin for stuns and control. All of these things would work. But Mort with the fear is so good because Mort can help keep Arby alive. 1 second here, because nobody will attack them while they're scared. And you know, my phone is disconnected. Charge up, damn it. Second, guys. Struggling to get my headset to work. There we go. And last is the knight of the team. I'm using Senya for this. Senya is the best in slot because after Arby gets hurt bad enough, Senya's going to proc and she's going to nuke the team. If you don't have Senya, try replacing her with just about any other knight in the game. A good damage Ilanov would work. Last Rider Crow would probably be the second best option as well. You could try to run another sustained DPS unit here, Blood Moon Haste, Fire Ravi, things like that. You just want somebody who can clean up crew. She is the cleanup crew that takes care of what's left after Arby nukes them and Mort scares them. You want this unit to be able to be the cleanup crew. The nice thing about Senya is Senya can be on 3F to do some extra crazy damage. You can also put her on Arius to help her, make her a little bit better of a tank. Oh, and my Mort is just a standard Mort. I do think if you're running this team, you want them on Holy Sacrifice. Holy Sacrifice will well, you know, give him a second chance to do his things. It just adds to the success rate. And this team's pretty successful. So if you just want to burn through matches, try to avoid fights that have Last Rider Corral. This team does not work so well into Last Rider Corral, but other teams it works pretty good, right? This is a pretty common meta defense. Oh, it got me that time. Let's see if it was just built better or if I just got unlucky. Nope, just built better. Oh, well. Here's the exact same defense. It worked that time. Almost got me, though. Senya held it together. Remember not to take this offense into non-Harsetti teams. You actually need to hunt Harsetti for it. This is one of my favorites. No Ruel, no real mitigation knight. And that's why you want to use RB or BBK here. RB and BBK have no real issues with Ilanov, and they chew right through her pretty readily. So pick and choose your fights, and you should be able to use this team to, you know, get your heart rewards done, get your conquest points done, and not have to put a lot of thought and effort into the fight. But for those of you who actually want to win, who want to try to climb, who want to try to get into champions or get your score higher, these are some of my favorite teams. Now, this team right here is probably the most common meta defense team with Last Rider Corral, Ilanov, Harsetti, and Ruel, and it's a giant pain in the butt to fight. So far, this has by far and away been the best team that we've had to go into this, and that is Zio, Sez, Roy, and Frida. This is a team that Professor Loki came up with several weeks ago, and we've been toying with it and tinkering with it and finding ways to make it better since. I've seen some videos that have gone up since then, but if you check the Reddit posts, you'll see that he came up with this idea long before anybody. This team is very technical, takes specific units, and I know it uses a collab unit. And if you don't have Roy, I'm sorry, there isn't a replacement for him. You can try it with ML Ludwig. I think it might work. In theory, it should, but I've not tested it with Ludwig, so I can't say for sure one way or the other. But we'll go into other teams for those of you without Roy later. First of all, you want to build the most cracked damage dealing Roy you can find. Try to give him a little bit of speed, okay? I put him on speed boots. It's important. You want him to be at this speed range or better. You want him to be on Fumir's artifact, Umbral Keystone. And the reason for this is after 2 units take a turn, he will get a CR push of 15%. The speed boots plus this 15% CR push plus the push from Frida is what lets him go in the proper turn order. Other than that, you want him to nuke things and kill them. He is going to surgically remove the problems. Next, you want the strongest Sez you can build. Make sure he's slow enough that the 15% Umbral Keystone push is always going to push Roy ahead of Sez. You want to make sure you go with Sez going after Roy. And Umbral makes sure that happens as long as you don't have a super fast Sez. Make him nuclear. Probably Alexa's Basket would be better, but I'm running Wind Rider because it's a safer artifact for me to use into this fight. You will need Frida for this. In a perfect world, you want to use Spotted Mouse Hair Tie. You can use the Bird's Eye artifact. Where is it? You can use the Bird's Eye artifact, but it's going to need to be plus 24 minimum, I think, for this to work. So if you don't have Bird's Eye, go for this one. And I know, right? You're sitting here looking at this saying, but it's only a 75% chance. Won't you get RNG'd? Here's the thing. Every time an ally soul burns, it's a 75% chance. It can only be used once. It can only be activated once, but you can do as many soul burns as you need to do that. You do 4 soul burns, that's 4 75% chances for it to activate. And because this is a very soul burn heavy team, we will definitely get that activation. You would have to be super unlucky to miss that many 75% chances in a row. So this does not need to be max. Yes, theoretically, you could be 25% 3 times in a row, and you know what? This team will still work usually. And last is Zeo. Just make sure he is fast enough to not be outsped by Harsetis. That's not really a hard thing. Don't want to use your super slow Harseti, or super fast Harsetis can surprise you. I'm sorry, you don't want to use a super slow Zeo or super fast Harsetis can surprise you. He needs to be on Taga Hell's Ancient Book. He only needs 50% crit chance. I have him at 100% because I use him for some cheese with Commander Pavel and other fights where I have him just S1 to dual attack with Flan, and it counts as a crit, and then Flan pushes up and S1s, and that activates Pavel. It's just for that cheese. If you're not doing a Pavel cheese, 50% is all the crit you need, and enough effectiveness where you can usually stick a debuff. This is how this team works into this monster team. When you hit start, pay attention to the Knight's artifacts. You want to try to catch a glimpse of the Knight's artifacts. It lets you decide who you're going to attack. Oh, and make sure your Roy's in the front. Not putting Roy in front's a huge mistake. Okay, we got an Arius artifact on Ilanov, and nothing showed on Last Rider Krau. So we know he's not on Adamant. He could be on Crown of Glory, and when we do an AoE attack, Crown of Glory can rob souls, and that can brick runs. He could be on Holy Sack. That's kind of a pain, but if he's on Crown of Glory, we want to get rid of him first. We also didn't see what popped up on Ruel. Guardian Ice Crystal is about the only artifact you can see proc on her, so she's probably on Idol's Cheer or Waters. Now we kind of have a rough idea of what we're looking at, and it'll help us decide who we hit. Now we can check our CR bar, and you can see that, you know, Cez and Roy, they're 80% down. I get a 25% CR push. Sorry, 20% CR push from Frida. So they're going to shoot to 100%. So it doesn't matter who I hit. These guys are going to get a turn after Frida goes, because I'll soul burn, and this is going to push Frida up. The only person you don't want to hit here is Ruel, because if Ruel's on Idol's Cheer and Harseti's the highest attack, she could cut your other units. So pick somebody else to hit. Now, we know she is on Arius, so she's going to take a lot of splash damage anyway. We know he's not on Adamant, so in case he's on Crown of Glory, I want him to die first. So I'm going to S3 into Krau with the Soul Burn. That'll push up Frida and start my damage, and maybe we get to see the artifact proc. We'll pay attention here. Okay, no artifact proc, so we still don't know what he's on. Now I need to S3 with Frida to get all of my units ahead of Harseti. And because of Umbral Keystone, Roy pushed ahead of Cez, so he will never get CR or speed RNG'd or CR manipulated out of being, you know, Harseti changing the speeds and everything. I never have to worry about Cez going first because she sets everybody to 90% of the speed. Speed RNG is only 5%, so that's a maximum of 15% difference in their placements. And with Umbral Keystone being a 15% push, he will always cut up. Now I've got burns, right? I've only got 3 souls and a little bit. Oh no, it looks like we already procced Spotted Hair Tie when we soul burned Zeo, but if we hadn't procced it yet, here's another soul burn, another chance to have procced it. I'm going to stuff this into Krau because I want to make sure Krau goes down. And we see Arius damage over here, so we stuff that into Krau. Look at that, look at that. He's still a little bit above half health, though. If he is on... Hey, Elf Mage! Wow, buddy, thanks for the raid, man. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. I'm step by step dissecting how to use this team. So he's above half health. So if I S3 and he's on Crown of Glory reduces AoE damage. I'll lose the souls and not kill him. So I'm going to go ahead and burn one more hit into him just to make sure that he dies from my AoE hit, right? Cez does his things and Krau is down. And that AoE slapping from Sez, because I did so much damage, pushed Sez to the front of the line that even though we had Water's Origin, we're still ahead of Ruel. Now I can drop my S3, do Giga damage. And now everybody is dead, and we've got just enough souls to soul burn Sez's S3. And what if it was 25%ed both times on the spotted hair tie and I didn't get those extra souls? What if it was Crown of Glory and Sez didn't quite kill and I lost the souls and I didn't have enough souls to soul burn here? Look how much health is left on this Ruel. Do you think I need the souls to kill? I don't even need the souls. This team is very fast, very safe, very stable, works really, really, really well. Pow. And the fight's over. What if it was a 300 speed Harsetti? Funny you should ask. Remember when I said put speed boots on your Sez? See if we can find one. I'm sorry, when I said put speed boots on your Roy, it's not a 300 speed Harsetti. Here's the thing. The difference is if it was a 300 speed Harsetti, all you do is you soul burn S3, your 300 speed Harsetti, and then my 280 speed Frida, who will go next after the soul burn, will push everybody up. Harsetti got pushed back. Everybody will get pushed up. That's another 20% CR push onto my 165 speed unit, plus another 15% push because of Umbral Keystone. He's going next. He's going next. So now he goes next. I soul burn into Crow. I soul burn into Crow again. This activates Sez, who's gotten all of these pushes. He does this. That's a 45% CR push from Sez. Sez is going next too. It works against speed Harsettis quite well. They are dead. Ilanov got pushed up because I didn't CR push her back, so she got to take a turn. Oh no, we've got this. Whatever are we going to do? How about this? Now you can live out your dream of beating the ever-loving crap out of Ruel. Pow. She lived. It happens. I'm going to soul burn the S1 because it's free souls and it gives a barrier to my whole team. And now we just slowly chop down the tree that is the last Ilanov standing. Bye-bye, Ilanov. PP poof. Easy as that. This team's very stable. I was at a 53 win streak I guess it was Saturday. I was at a 53 win streak when I pushed up to Emperor with this team. And then immediately fell back down to Champ 3 because the ranking system is garbage in this. It's a very safe team. Can it lose? Sure. Weird things can happen. Does it lose? Very, very rarely, as long as you pay attention to the enemy artifacts, what they have. And it works against Flan, too. Here we don't have an Ilanov. Because we don't have an Ilanov, we're going to giga damage with our S3 on Zeo. It's still a slow Harsetti. So we'll burn and do giga damage into Crow with our Zeo because there's no penetration mitigation. So that'll do a big chunk of Crow's damage. Because that did a big chunk of Crow's damage, we don't really need to focus Crow anymore. So I'm going to push everyone up here. Let's stuff one of these into Harsetti, just in case she's super, super tanky. She was not super tanky, and now she's dead. Crow looks like he's on his last leg, so I'm actually going to stuff one of these into Flan. So it was a miss, but hey, it did a little bit of damage. Then we S3. By the way, remember Roy has a 20% chance to hit through evasion anyway, so sometimes he just kills. Everybody's looking pretty hurt. We'll just Hell, I don't even need to burn. Look how little health she has. I'm going to save the souls in case he's on Holy Sack. I can soul burn Roy to finish him off. So we'll just raw S3 here. Pow. Holy Sack. So it's kind of nice that I saved those souls for Roy. He is going to horse us. And if he is on 3F, 3F could kill us. So we burn our Frida and give everybody a barrier. And that barrier is just thick enough that if this is a 3F Crow, we can survive the pop damage from 3F. Motorcycle Man hits. It was not 3F, but you can see by our health, nobody would have died from that 3F. I mean, we knew it wasn't 3F because he was on Holy Sack, but you get what I'm saying, right? Let's say it was the world's tankiest Crow and you just didn't kill him. The important thing to making this team work is paying attention to the enemy artifacts and understanding which enemies you should hit. Now, the one place I don't like to take it into is Bloodblade Corinne. BBK can still run everybody over. So whenever you got to fight Bloodblade Corinne, I recommend Veronica. As Valky said, and it cracks me up to this day, when there's a big job to be done, you call your local vampire hunter, and your local vampire hunter says, I'm ready to go. Is it a vampire lord? How many vampires do we have to kill? I'm ready to stomp some bloodsuckers. And you say, yeah, about that. Our real issue is this high school girl with a sword. I mean, sure, vampires are a big deal, but what we really need you for is to deal with a high school girl with a sword. That's Veronica's lot in life now. So, we're going to run... once again, Zio, because he is currently the only true counter to Harsetti that we have, other than just faster Harsetti. We're going to use our Sez to blow things up, again, because if Ruel was on this team, we would want to have Sez. We're going to use Commander Pavel to bring some assisted damage, and Veronica is going to be the one dealing with Senya. Here's how this team works out. This team is giga stable and only falls down if it's a super, super fast Harsetti, which this one is not. So... in this case, we do not need to burn. Usually you burn, but you're burning to push Frida up. We've got no Frida on the team. We've got no reason to soul burn at all. So we're just going to S3. And right now our biggest threat is this Dragon Bride Senya. We've got no Ilanov on the team, so this will take a good chunk of Senya's health because of the penetration on Zio's skill. So we'll drop this S3 in first. Good chunk of it gone. Calm down, freaking Mort. 100% counter rate on Mort, right? Okay, so now we need to try to blast through this. If she uses her S3, she gets an extra attack because she is at 100% crit. She does a defense break and a bomb. If I soul burn, I ignore ER. Now, if I soul burn her, I can't soul burn Sez. But with no Ruel on the team, I see no reason to save my souls for Sez. If it was Ruel instead of Mort, I would probably save my souls to Soulburn Sez just to be safe. But since there is no Ruel, I want to make sure we kill this girl dead, so I'm going to Soulburn to make sure we get the defense break, right? This is the first crit we get. Oh, and she always pushes up and cuts Harsetti because once a unit takes a turn, if anybody is immortal, CR pushes up. And that's why she cut up. She dispelled her immortality and took a turn. Here is our second attack. That's a second crit. That activates Commander Pavel, who blows up the team. There goes Dragon Bride Senya. Now, the swipes from Sez pushed him up. The AoE hit from Pavel. All of that wiped out all of her BBK's health, and she procced immortality again. So once a unit takes a turn, she's going to push up and cut. So let's shoot Mort, because he's most likely to be on... Holy Sack, and I don't want to have to send an ice unit into a green unit, so we'll shoot Mort. He's on mature sunglasses. That's a very dead Mort. Silly artifact. Tell me you ran out of Holy Sacks. And you notice that Veronica pushed to the front of the line so that she can take a turn. The only reason Sez is going first is because he CR pushed ahead of the 100% mark, but Veronica's ready to go next, and once Veronica takes a turn, that'll get dispelled. So we'll just stick this into Harsetti, finishing her off. Now it's Veronica's turn. The immortality is dispelled by her mere existence, and BBK gets shot in the face. Incredibly easy, successful team for any Harsetti BBK combination that's out there. The only difference is in who you choose to put the brakes on, whether you choose to Soulburn Says, whether you choose to Soulburn Veronica, or whether you choose to Soulburn Commander Pavel. If you see BBK on an enemy defense, this team is a free win. And this is what the team looked like. It's the same Zeo that I showed before, just fast Zeo so that you don't have to worry about speed Harsettis. A fast Veronica so that you don't have to worry about speed Harsettis. I really like Sachet Athanes, by the way, on Veronica. A lot of things die in this fight, and that extra 25% push for your entire team is magic when it's a fast Harsetti. She S2, S3, sets up the defense break, Cavill shoots, kills somebody. It's the 45% to Says, it's the CR push for Cavill, and the 25% or 16% CR push from Sachets. Huge for getting ahead of speed Harsettis. It's just a full nuclear Commander Pavel. I put him on this artifact because that's what I had laying around. Theoretically, it would be better to put him on Symbol of Unity so that you can deal with evasion BBKs a little bit better, but I've already got that artifact on another unit. And the same Says as last time, just a nuclear Says who can blow up any Ruel on the planet. A third team, which is really, really nice when you're dealing with Afternoon Soak Flan, and you're struggling with how to kill this unit. And especially if you don't have Roy. You can take Sez's Babysitter's Club, right? We send Sez in with 3 children. That's not really fair. Melissa's not a child. She's just small. The other ones are kids, though. So, in this team, once again, we're running the fast Zeo. We're running the high damage Sez. We're running the fast Frida because that helps against faster Harsettis. But for this team, instead of Spotted Mouse Hair Tie, you want to run Bird's Eye. Where'd it go? I saw it here a minute ago. There it is. You want to run Bird's Eye, and ideally you want to try to make sure it's at least plus 21. You can try it with lower Bird's Eye, but you'll struggle a little bit if Bellion is involved. If Bellion's not involved, Bellion is involved, plus 21 Bird's Eye. Otherwise, avoid Bellion comps. With that Bird's Eye, you can take it into Bellion. I take that back. That's for the Speed Cleave team. Forget I said all that. Bird's Eye is fine for this, though. Bird's Eye is a little bit better for this, because you'll be doing a lot fewer soul burns on this, so it's a little safer. Here we got Ruel, Ilanov. No secondary tank, but in place we've got Flan instead of a secondary tank. So this is how this team works, and it is pretty surgical. Oh, I showed you all the units. The one unit I didn't show you is the new girl, Melissa. Thermonuclear Melissa, and ideally on Symbol of Unity. You want her to be either on her number 3 or her number 2 EE. I prefer the number 2. A lot of people are going to tell you you want the number 3 one because you get the attack buff on her for an extra turn. But I would rather make sure that she kills the first round than that she has to struggle the second round for an extra kill with that attack buff. You can try it either way. I believe Zeo's described as the child emperor, guys. We can look it up. Anyway. You can try both these, see which one works the best for you. This is how this fight goes. So, in this one, you need to push back one of the units, and since we're all about the same speed, I don't have to worry about CR pushing. If this was a fast Harsetti, I would need to push Harsetti back. If it's a slow Harsetti like this, I typically like to push Ilanov back because all the extra defenses that she brings to the team, I don't want her to get her S3 off if I can avoid it. So I'm going to Soul Burn. I'm going to push Ilanov back. That's going to push my Frida ahead of my team. Then I can S3, giving everybody an attack buff and pushing the entire team up. Now, depending on speed RNG, sometimes Sez goes first, sometimes Melissa goes first. Melissa gets to go first, so I'm going to soul burn my S3. Now, what's great about the S3 is it curses the enemy for 2 turns, regardless of whether the attack hits. So you are guaranteed to curse Flan. So we're going to S3 soul burn and stick this curse on Flan. Remember, there's a 20% chance we hit anyway because of the artifact. And we just hit anyway. We just hit anyway because of the artifact. If I didn't hit, curse would be on her, and then I would take this S2 skill and I'll just execute Harsetti. The execution to Harsetti does enough splash damage into curse that Flan just popped from that extra damage. And now we're ready with enough souls. You can see I got plenty of souls left over from Bird's Eye procking that I can soul burn the S3 into Ruel. And even though she's at full health, even though there is a Ilanov on the team, no Ruel in the game is surviving 34k damage. Pow. And now it's 1v4 versus Ilanov. Yeah, I did Zeus. It looks freaking fire. I'm kind of excited about it. I almost whipped out $30 to play it, but I'll be so busy with Thanksgiving and Ancient Inheritance that I'd just probably be wasting the money. And now it's over, guys. It's just a matter of chopping this tree down. This team works against pretty much any combination of enemies, and this team can even work into BBK. We'll find a BBK team and use this into it. For those of you who don't want to try the Veronica version is a little bit more vulnerable to speed Harsettis. But, let's see, do we have a BBK anywhere here? Here's a BBK team. We could just completely use the BBK team to kill this team, but you can also use the Melissa team to kill this team. Check it. Somewhat fast Harsetti, right? Look how far down Sez is. Somewhat fast Harsetti. So in this case, we need to push Harsetti back. Soul burn, we push Harsetti back. This one could be a little dodgy, guys. Pushed Harsetti back. Frida is going to push up Melissa. Hopefully she cuts. Melissa might not cut. Fingers crossed, guys. Fast Harsetti is one of the downfalls of this team. Are you kidding me? Stunned the 2 units. The 2 units that I needed to win this fight. Oh, well. It is what it is. So here's the thing, right? If I hadn't cut, I could have cursed Tywin if I'd cut. Cursed Tywin, killed Harsetti. The curse damage kills Tywin. Harsetti dead. All that damage pushes my... I'm sorry. Cursed Tywin killed Mort. All that damage pushes my Sez up. Mort comes back from Holy Sack. Sez soul burns, kills Harsetti. Splash damage kills Mort. All that's left is BBK. BBK kills my entire team except for Melissa, who has immortality from her S2. Melissa S2s again, maintains her immortality. BBK goes again. Melissa S2s again, maintains her immortality. BBK goes again. Melissa kills BBK. She has 1 more immortality than BBK does, so she can totally solo this team. However, the Veronica team is a little bit more stable against fast Harsettis. We'll get to that in a minute, Pokeduke. Once again, we're going to soul burn Harsetti. Oh, no, sorry, not soul burn. With this team, you don't soul burn. We're just going to push Harsetti back. We're going to not get 15%ed because we want to demo this. There we go. Now she's ready to go. I want to make sure this sticks. I don't want to soul burn into Captain Cleanse a lot, right? So I'm going to soul burn my S3 into Mort. Get my defense break. Nice. I'm going to S1 Harsetti to just reduce the chance that I guess it's the same chance of you'd encounter. Fine. I'll just S1 Mort. That's the second crit. That activates Pavel. Pavel shoots. That kills Mort. That activates Sez. So Sez pushes to the front of the line. Commander Pavel's ready to go again. This time, let's shoot Mort because he's green and I don't want to Sez bomb a green unit. Mort's dead. We'll shoot Tywin. Sure, why not? I don't have any souls left. We'll burn. It should kill. Very, very, very dead. A Tywin. Pop damage happens. BBK is gone. So this one's a little more stable into fast Harsettis. But the other one can be used if you know it's a slow Harsetti or you just don't have the units. I don't know if you missed it earlier, Pokey, but you can just use the full auto team if you don't have Frida. Most of these teams involve Frida. She's kind of quasi-important for getting past, although what you could do is in place of Frida, you could use Blooming Litica. You're just Frida, you guarantee push up. Blooming Litica, you push the enemy back, and there's speed, or there's always 15% chance that you don't CR push them back with Blooming Litica. But it's all about just making sure your team gets to go first. Frida better with the attack buff and not having to worry about RNG. If you come across an enemy team that doesn't have Harsetti, like this team right here, no Harsetti, and after Senya comes out, we're probably going to see a lot more no Harsettis. This team, you can just nuclear murder stomp them. And this is my favorite team to do it. That's right, Green Ludwig. The most nuclear rage set Green Ludwig you can build. And we'll run a pretty fast Luna. Your Luna doesn't have to be this fast, just make sure she's faster than your Frida and faster than any of the enemy on the enemy team. As for Ahmed, Ahmed doesn't have to be fast at all. This Ahmed could be 230 speed and would still work with all of the pushes that we're getting, right? Here's how this team works. Because we're on the Bird's Eye artifact and because we have Frida, we get to Soulburn the S3, okay? When we Soulburn the S3, we guarantee seal everything and we push Frida up. Now the nice thing here is we've just sealed Bellion's passive. So because we sealed Bellion's passive, we can now start to earn souls. Because Bird's Eye hasn't procced yet, when we S3 here, it's a non-attack skill, and that will give us 17 souls from having the Bird's Eye artifact. You can collect souls after Bellion's sealed, so boom, we just got 17 souls. Boom. Plus 3 from doing the skill, so we're already up to 19 souls. Now I'm going to use her S2 skill. This will increase the CR combat readiness of all allies. And now my Ludwig's at the front of the line. I'm going to S3. Because I'm on her artifact, this will give Ludwig a destruction buff. Now we've got skill nullifier on everybody. My Ludwig's in the front. He's got a destro buff and an attack buff, and you saw his stats earlier, right? And we have enough souls, would have worked at a plus 15 Bird's Eye, by the way, where we can soul burn his S2. And why do we soul burn his S2? It ignores effect resistance, which means even if we don't kill, we stun a thing. So like, say we're worried we don't kill this Senya. So we soul burn into her. She ain't dead, but she's stunned. Oh no, she just S1'd, that could strip. Here's the thing. This gold shield is nested behind skill null, attack, and crit damage. He has to strip the skill null, the attack, and the crit damage before he can strip. I'm sorry, he has to strip the attack, the crit damage before he can strip the gold shield, and then he still has to get at the skill null. And I put Ludwig on time matter And because he's on Time Matter, he's going to cycle his skill, so he'll be able to S2 again even faster if he kills something. So we S3 here into all of these debuffs, and everything's dead, well, except for Rowana. And I'm still invincible. Pool Floaty of Death. Damn, counter Rowana. Annoying. That's what I like about this team. That's what I like about Green Ludwig. Now, Dark Ludwig's a lot more satisfying. Burn here, burn there, burn this, burn that, blow everything up. But Counter and Sigurds and Mort, sometimes that can play havoc on your poor, soft Ludwig, whereas Green Ludwig is behind a gold shield and is immortal. And next round he gets to go, he gets to S2 again, and he's immortal again. And then he gets to go all the way around, he gets to S1 again. He gets 3 full rounds of blowing things up. And he's blowing things up big time, right? 3 full rounds of doing that without having to worry about dying. So although ML Ludwig's a little bit more stable, Green Ludwig is, or sorry, Dark Ludwig is a little more satisfying, a little more cleavy. Green Ludwig is a little more stable. Now, if you really man, look at this, a whole slew of teams to fight. If you, no, these are good. Battle log. Show me something on the battle log. Need some good examples. I'll tell you what, this is one that I need to tune a little bit. This is one I'm not perfectly happy with yet, but it's got a lot of potential. And that's this team. This team, it's not good into Tywin. Let me find somebody that's not Tywin. Just give me a classic team for F's sake. Where are all the normal defenses at? There we go. This is pretty freaking common, right? So this team right here is using a fast Harsetti. And this isn't super fast. I could build her a lot faster. I could give her better gear. This is not the best artifact for her. Let's move her to Abyssal temporarily. It'd be better if I could get a good chunk of effectiveness on her, right? But this is a fun team for this. And we're going to use a bunch of non-attack skills to control this team and murder stomp it with Flan. And what you do, you can run this with a slower Harsetti, a 230, 240 speed Harsetti. What you're banking on is that the enemy's Harsetti is a slow Harsetti, right? So check this out. Watch it be a fast Harsetti and ruin everything. Okay, slow Harsetti. Look where that Harsetti is on the CR, 56%. Because everybody is set to the speed of the slowest unit on the team, of the slower Harsetti, but Harsetti's speed can't be normalized. So fast Harsetti gets to keep her speed, while slow Harsetti is slow, and everybody else is slower than the slowest Harsetti. That's what happens when 2 Harsettis meet. So I get to use my S3 here. Sid will attack, pushing the enemy Harsetti back. And I get a whole ass other attack. Let's hit Crow. S1. I didn't get the defense break. That's a little unfortunate. My Flan double tapped in. Crown of Glory, don't you love it? Ruel did her thing, but Harsetti should have stripped all of the immunities, right? Now my Sid gets to go next. I S3. Bombs on everybody because my Sid's got a ton of effectiveness. Now everybody's stunned. So I get a free turn. Unfortunately, Crown of Glory stole my souls, or I would have enough souls to soul burn this and get guaranteed defense breaks on everybody. Sadly, though, no guaranteed defense breaks. So we just have to hope that I hit. I didn't. I only got 1 defense break. So I'm going to burn this S3 into Ruel because I really want to make sure that she dies. Okay, and now I can start chipping away at things. We S1 Ilanov because she can cleanse into a defense break. Dead Ilanov. We S1 into Ruel because she can bring people back. Actually, we got 2-turn defense break. We S1 into Harsetti and kill her dead. Bam, bam. Up, stunned. Good enough. We'll just AoE hit and do some damage. In control fun. We S1 and hope for a defense break into a flan extra attack. Defense break. Bam. And stunned. This is going swimmingly, everybody. And you don't have to worry about Ruel coming back to life, because Briarwitch Xeria exists. So this team does have some flaws. A fast Harsetti who's faster than you can cause you some problems. You want to get more effectiveness on your Harsetti than I have. As you saw, Crown of Glory gave us a little bit of a hiccup, because if we soul burned that flan, and we soul burned that Bryceria and got defense breaks on everybody, this would have been a lot cleaner and a lot quicker. But this is a fun team, and if you have a Harsetti laying around and she's not doing much for you, slap some speed gear on her. And I'm not talking 300, I'm talking 250, 260, even 240. As long as you're faster than the enemy, you can make this team work. And although it's not perfect, it's a very fun way to run the enemy teams over. Oh shit. Okay, good. Good fun way to run the enemy teams over and use little used units like Sid. Couldn't you make this work with Silverblade Aramentha instead of Sid? I wonder. That one looks good, eh? Let's give it a shot. So here's the difference. Fast Harsetti is first. When we S3 with Harsetti, that activates Sid, and Sid goes into the highest CR opponent pushing back, and that pushes back Harsetti and sets our turn order. Without Sid, we risk his Harsetti going first. So if you're going to do this with Silverblade, you're going to either want to Soul Burn to push her up, or you want to S1 to push Flan up and have Flan push the team up. So instead, I'm just going to S1 Harsetti. So that my Flan gets pushed up. And now I'm in good shape to soul. Wow, I just totally killed his Harsetti, didn't I? And now we can S3 here. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I said I was going to push Flan up, but I didn't. You can't push Flan with Harsetti. Yeah, I guess you just got to make sure you kill the enemy Harsetti then by S1ing. You're right. So this can work, but you got to either make sure you kill that first Harsetti. So you better have a Cracker Shack strong Flan to S1 and hope you get the defense break. If not, and murder that front Harsetti, then you should be pretty safe. But you're still kind of speed RNG on who takes the second turn, right? It just depends on the layout. So yeah, no, I think you need Sid to make this stable. Now, if you wanted to replace Harsetti with Zeo, then you could do this, because you could Soulburn Zeo or S1 Zeo to push Flan or a Silverblade to the front of the line. So I think if you want to use this team with oh, that's right. She doesn't have any effectiveness on her. That was a waste of souls. I think if you want to, I think if you want to use Silverblade on this, you're going to want to run it with Zio instead of Harsetti. Just to be safe, I'm going to S1 and kill this. Control comps are fun, though. Let's build this into a functional team. So here we would be doing this, but instead of Harsetti, can we find one that doesn't have the 3 units that counter this team? Jesus Christ. There we go. So instead of Harsetti, we will just use Zio. This should let us use Silverblade because we can Soulburn Zio's S3, pushing Silverblade up, and then let her run over the team. Soulburn will push Harsetti back. That CR pushes Silverblade up. We drop the S3, controlling everything. Or we just get 15%ed like all over the frickin' place. At least we got Ilanov controlled. She was the important one. But now we're going to be all feared here now. Fear is a bit of a problem. Yeah. You is it after a turn? I thought it was after a burn. Maybe I'm thinking of I must be thinking of Frida then. So just after, yeah, it's just after a turn, but yeah. It's a little too risky. I had 300 effectiveness on that Silverblade. That was a whole bunch of 15%. We'll burn this to get the dedicated defense breaks, because I think that's giga important, especially since we're hanging on by a thread here. Of course, we didn't get the defense break on Ilanov, who's the one unit we need to die. I hope this is enough. Because that Ilanov's going to take a turn and cleanse everybody. Wasn't enough. All my defense breaks and burns, all for nothing. No, sir, I do not like it. I've tried various Silverblade teams. They're just too inconsistent in the RNG F-Fest that is Arena. Yeah. I'm not a fan. If you guys can make Silverblade teams work, more power to you. I find them quite frustrating. Too much RNG on them. My other teams, very little RNG. And speaking of very little RNG, if you want to do it the hard way, and you want to fight this monstrosity of HP scaler, HP scaler, HP scaler, super tanky, brings people back to life unit, you can use this team. And I don't recommend it. Unless you are desperate to climb and you have no other way around it. You can use this team. It takes a while, but it's pretty stable. Okay? Yep, let's just do it. Zio, Jacko, Hand Guy, Briar. That would work well too. That's a very good defense. We'll try that next. Or offense. Okay. Everybody go to sleep, because it's a high effectiveness Hand Guy. Now, I got 2 people that can't get the benefit of anatomical mutation. So I'm going to save it, and I'm just going to S1 because I want this Harsetti to be heckin' asleep. So go to sleep, Harsetti. Nice. Everybody stays asleep, nicely asleep. Kral's awake. We'll send Shu into Kral. Get some injury there. Now Kral's got some injury. I don't want to S3 because I don't want to wake those 2 up. So I'm just going to S1 on... You know, Kral's already pretty injured. Let's stuff a little injury into Ilanov. Oh, it's an Arius Kral. Good to know. And everybody's hurt, so I'm just going to heal up a little bit, slap some barriers up. The barriers will be nice in case Kral gets a horse off, especially if it's a 3F horse. It's not, because we know it's Arius, but still, barriers are really nice to help. Everybody's waking back up, and Harsetti's going to get a freaking turn. Stupid Ilanov. But barriers... Oh. Freaking Abyssal crown my Ray. And my rat. And my dragon lolly. What the hell? Why is Rowana on the team? Because Rowana attacks and extra attacks. Rowana's also on Stella Harpa. Rowana gives barriers. Rowana's got a raise skill. She's a solid healer. And she holds it all together. You could run Ruel, Destina, or even put Hand Guy on there, but I think you're going to really miss not having the health on Rowana. This Abyssal Crown girl is going to be a problem, so let's just start injuring her down with Rat. Valencia's finished. We'll get a barrier up. Nice jump in there. Thank you, Valencia. Don't die yet, Ray. Oh no, he died. Whatever would we do now that our Ray is dead, except we had Rowana in the team and now he's back. One of the best things about this team is getting to shout, Giant Rat Gun. Giant Rat Gun! Even if this doesn't kill... Wow, they're both on Arius. It's a double freaking Arius team. Ruel's using her S3 on Kral. That's fine. Now we've gotten the raise skill out of the way. No buff blocks. It's a good time to get that anatomical poison and the push up. Let's see, who is going next? You know what? You're going to take a turn anyway. I don't want to S3. I don't want to give you a shit ton of stacks. Let's just pump some injury into this girl just to make her hit less hard. Damn near killed her. Just hit you, why not? Nothing else to do. Ouch, my Ray. Ouch, my Ray. Sure is a good thing that I had the barriers on off of Rowana to survive that hit. This will probably kill me though. Yep, it did. Okay. I've got this. She's already spent her raise skill. I think I might be able to kill here. If I get a defense break, I did. And this, and she's dead. Harsetti gets healed up with a damage limit. That's really heckin' annoying, but it is what it is. I've still got this, so let's put another Venom on her. Hit. Stella Harpa cleanses into something that heals the whole team. Stella Harpa cleanses. How far is Kral from horsing me again? He's still 3 rounds away, so I'm just going to continue to... Actually, I'm going to hit here and get some injury involved. Pop. Injury here. Make her easier to kill when the time comes. Heal everybody up, get a raise skill, get a barrier. Double Arius is actually good. Yes and no. When I hit Kral, Arius damage goes into Ilanov. When I hit Ilanov, Arius damage goes into Kral. When I hit anybody else, the Arius damage goes into whoever's first on the CR bar. So it lets the 2 knights both have Arius for each other, but the other units don't get any additional effect. And it's time for the Giant Rat Gun. Now there is damage limit, but damage limit doesn't impact pop damage, so this should kill. Pow. Oh, it didn't. I thought damage limit didn't stop pop damage. I really thought that was going to kill. Stella Harpa doing its thing. We're going to S3 here because I think it kills both of those units because of Arius funneling damage and because Harseti's so weak. They're both down. Now Ruel is getting ready to bring somebody back on her next turn, so we need to burst her down as quickly as possible. This will push her to the front of the line. She's going to come back to life. She's going to bring somebody back to life, but now it's 2 on 4. Oh, wait, no, maybe. God, why didn't I burn that? If I burned that, I bet she died. Watch her bring back Harseti just to make me miserable. Ah, Ilanov, that's nothing. That's nothing. Hit you. So you see what I mean? This works. It's safe. It has probably a 90% win rate. It took friggin' 10 minutes. We've been doing this fight for like 10 minutes. Is this really what you want to do with your day? This is worse than doing RTA. But if you got a streak and you want to maintain your streak and there's just no one else you can fight and you don't see a way to win the fight, this team is a very safe team to maintain your streak. You suffer through a 5-minute fight, you kill all the enemies, and you proc a new 3 list of enemies, and you go, oh, thank God, I can just kill this one with Melissa. Right? Can I show you DDR stats? Sure. When it absolutely has to be killed, control and injury versus all those monster HP units, that's kind of the way to do it. And it's just a garbage can Rowana. I still think Stella Harper's her best, and it's just an injury set Alencia on Insanox to help cycle her. Oh, and my rat's just your typical RTA rat. Little low damage, pretty high speed. Now, that's all I have for now, but Loki is always cooking amazing teams for Arena. And I know he's got a couple he's jonesing to show me, and I'll demo them at some other point once we've built them together. Here is... Here's one of them for you. Let's see. Ervalin and top model Lulica. Who was it that said they didn't have Frida and Commander Pavel? Do you have Ervalin and top model Lulica? Check this out.
Charge.
S1, push, sticks Flan up front. Flan's able to S3 with a soul burn. Pushes the team up. Top model Lulica goes next, uses her S2, pushes the whole team up. Giga nuclear damage. Top model Lulica built full damage because she doesn't need speed at all, guys. Just build her all damage. 49k damage plus extinction. If that was Ruel, Ruel's dead too. Instead of using Sez, we're using top model Lulica. How about that damage? 37k. From a Wind Rider Ervalin. And he gets an extra turn and does another attack for another 35k. Oh shit, everybody's dead but Flan! And now you just chop down the tree that is Flan. This is an insanely stable team that works really well into fast Harsetis, doesn't involve any of the units we went over before, except of course for Zeo. I don't have the stats for it, but this is something he tested over and over again. This whole video is just a montage of him doing this fight over and over and over again. Killing a team, killing another team, killing Krauls, killing Ruels, blowing up Tywins, killing fast Harsetis, killing slow Harsetis. That Ruel, 53k damage into Ruel, guys. Even if it's a, even if it didn't get defense broken, a Giga Nuclear top model Lulica murders Ruel. So there you go. Now you'll have to figure out your own stats, but I can tell you it is, it's going to be a, it's going to be a top model Lulica that's built very, very similar to this says. And it's going to be an Urvalin that's built very, very similar to this Melissa. And of course, your fast Zeo and probably a, probably a nuclear Harsetti as well, or sorry, a nuclear Afternoon Soak Flan as well. Now, I know some of these teams might have you guys excited to build units, sad you don't have Roy, looking forward, thinking maybe you put Urvalin on Grace of Growth. You do you. Just remember that everything changes on the 12th when Tenya comes out. Because once Tenya hits the floor, Harsetti is probably going to vanish from arena defenses. About the only Harsettis you'll see left in arena defenses are going to be Harsettis plus C Phantom Politis's. So, but between now and the 12th, if you're looking for something fun to do, hopefully these teams give you an exciting arena time and let you climb and build and have a little bit more fun in a system that is just tragically not fun right now until Smilegate fixes it, probably in about 2 months. If you have any questions, ask them in the comments section. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you have any arena offense ideas of your own, link them in the description. I'd love to see them. You guys take care. We'll put that up a little bit later, eh?
Once Tenya hits the floor, Harsetti's out the door.
That's right, that's right. Thought you were watching an actual video? Nice. WWE oh, Shuri, right, because he's Westworld Executioner Shuri. Did I have any? I got 2 flags left. I don't really want to put much effort into this, so let's just go ham on them. Abyssal Euphine? No problem. Bellion, Tywin. Get out of here. This is the best team in the game because you don't have to pay attention or do anything. And as you saw, sometimes it fails. But I really, really like this team. Just make sure Harsetti is on the team. And maybe don't do this one. If Lou is on the team, pretty good indicator that this is a fast Harsetti. So maybe don't try to do the fast team into this. I think I might get run over, literally, by a high school girl and her overaged boyfriend on a motorcycle. Can you use DJ Bassar in place of Hand Guy? Yeah. Yeah,
Who
why
would
not?
be hotter, summer Steen or summer Teen? Me personally, I could never decide.
Bellion plus ML Lua is a crazy combo, right? I wanted to make some ML Lua arena teams. I just didn't get around to it last night because, let's be honest, I played Path of Exile till 3 in the morning and then fell asleep on the couch. Covered AI. We covered arena. We yapped about how the balance patch is delayed and about how Smilegate is zero communication, don't know walled about it. Wait, I have a response. At the current moment, we do not have any information on our end. Thanks. So, Smilegate North America has no idea why the balance patch has been delayed. We gotta wait to hear from Smilegate Korea, and fun fact, nobody in Smilegate Korea is currently in the office, so it'll probably be a bit before we get an answer as to why the balance patch has been delayed. Bottom line is it has been. Has it been delayed a week? Has it been delayed 2 weeks? We don't know. Was the entire balance patch just Lua? God, can you imagine? The balance patch isn't late. The balance patch was early, and the entire balance patch was Lua. Good Lord. We don't know. We don't know. And I'm sorry. I've got nothing for you. If you want to keep waiting, to be sure, I guess that's the power play. If you can't stand it and you gotta have your Headhunt pick now and you want to lock it in, lock it in. Lock it in. It's probably a good unit. If you want it, use it. And if something else comes out in a few weeks and it's better, then you should have waited. That's a decision only you can make. I will keep pushing to find out answers. I won't be quiet about it. I'm going to pester him just about every single day. Where's the balance patch? What's going on with it? Why is it late? But there are still 30 days. And the one thing I can guarantee you is that there will be a balance patch in these 30 days, within these 30 days. So if you got the patience, wait and see. If you don't got the patience, go get your husbando or waifu and never look back. Man, if Korea responds and says we did the balance patch early, it was Lua, I'm just gonna lose my fucking mind. That would be crazy. Just joined what happened. Derp, the balance patch is supposed to be out today. It's the 8th week, and based on how the rotation always works, you're supposed to have the balance patch today. And at least as of this morning, god damn it. Stop trying to make me change my browser. Yeah, there's no balance patch. It's late. And people are saying, why is it late? And some people have said, well, it's always a few weeks after the EEs, which isn't true. It's always on an 8-week cycle. It's only been skewed and delayed because of World Cups and because of collabs in the past. So it's kind of weird that it's not here yet. So we asked Smilegate North America, hey, what's going on? Where's the patch? And Smilegate North America responded promptly with...
the balance patch and made it all about her because Daddy Net Marble said the sales were low on Lou Batter, guys.
That was a great voice joke for that. It was a great Lua voice. Smilegate North America came back and said, hey, at the moment, we don't have any information on why the balance patch is late. We got to ask Korea. And Korea is snoring right now. They're having dreams of 5 million month profits right now. So once Korea responds, and ironically, Korea will respond about 4 in the morning for North America. So and they'll be asleep, so they won't be able to relay the information to us to relay to you. So we probably won't know for a couple of days, is what I'm saying. We probably won't know for a couple of days. But theories are already flying. It's late because of a...
this next balanced to prevent movement, ignore and resist Kappa.
I've already heard all of the conspiracy theories. It's being delayed so it'll line up with Black Friday so they can do sell packs centered around the units that are getting patched. It's getting delayed to be closer to the new ML banner so people will be baited into pulling for Kayron and Dark Corvus and all the hump units that are on the banner. It's being delayed because they are shifting it around the schedule with the EEs. It's being delayed because the balance patch was Lua, and Lua is the only unit on the balance patch, so there's never going to be a balance patch this time around. Nobody knows. Not even the head of North America knows yet. Or not, sorry, it wasn't the head of North America, it was the head of the influencer team, the head of the customer service team in North America. Even he doesn't know. So Smilegate ain't talking yet. Until they do, we don't know. But I can tell you that it will happen before Headhunt's over, so if you want to play it smart, you still wait and see, but if you can't stand it anymore, just grab the unit you want to grab. Only thing we have right now is this Who Am I skill event. Hang on, let me log in without doxing myself here, 1 second. Okay, so all we have is this Who Am I skill icon quiz event. So everybody should click on this event, right? And if you want a link to it, here you go. Link, and for Twitch, link. Okay, you go to this page, and you can try to guess who the units are that are doing these skills. All right? And when you answer, you get 2 leafs. And fun fact, it's a participation reward. I don't think you actually even need to post the right answers. I think as long as you participate, you get the 2 leafs. And they'll be in your mailbox on the 29th. That won't happen immediately, but you'll get them. Easiest way to do it is to come down here, find the number 1 answer, hit copy, go up here, hit paste, change it to your name. Put your in-game name and your server, and then answer who all those people were, and hit register, which means post. Just got 2 leafs. Not bad, eh? 2 leafs in my pocket for doing a simple little quiz. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but it's 160 stamina, guys. Always do these. Always, occasionally, I even have it bookmarked, where I can just click on this button and it shows me the latest things from Smilegate. And if ever I see a red event tab, I see if there's a quiz and if it's worth doing, man. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stamina and muff you let slide by not just taking a peek at the stove form once a week. And if you've got the in-game, if you got the PC client, most of this stuff's here. It's just the official posts, but you can go to the official homepage or just click on one of them to jump to stove, and then come over here and click click home. Oh, my bad. Go over here and click events and look at the events and find them there as well. Stop telling me to change to frickin' Chrome. Chrome doesn't let me run an ad blocker, and Edge is god-awful. Wish there was a way to have that turned off every time. Hey, Tristen, I almost forgot to ask you about burning passion packs. Is there a way to trigger them? They procced when I could not buy them. They trigger whenever a buff event is going on. If there is any kind of a buff event, there will be burning passion packs. That's pretty much it. So if you ever see Hunt buff event, AP buff event, any kind of buff event other than free on equip doesn't count. And also, what's it called? This special rift thing that's going on isn't quite a buff event. It's just the special, otherworldly boxes. Those don't count. I run Chrome with ad block. Still doesn't get through on YouTube. Chrome's changed their policy recently to stop supporting uBlock Origin. So yeah, here, look what happens if you try to go to Chrome, and you go to this extension may soon be no longer supported because it doesn't follow our best practices. They're going to discontinue it very soon. You can run it now, but they're getting rid of it. And that's why Stove got my business. Because they not only have it, it's on it was here until I installed it. It's on their recommended list. It's so not against their practices, Firefox recommends it to you. All right, guys. Anybody got anything else? Any other questions? Anything you want to see? Because I need to get this Ancient Inheritance video up before the end of the day. Because remember, when you leave a guild, and you should leave your guild if you are not 100% satisfied, take care of number one. Go find a place to have fun. Leave the losers. Go find a guild that plays the game like you play the game. You want to be more casual? You think your guild's too try-hard? You're getting tired about them giving you shit about not doing guild wars when you're sick? Go find a casual guild. You're tired of humps not even gearing their units for guild wars, and you DM and page people nonstop and they still don't do their fights? Go find a more competitive guild, something that meets your needs. You want to make sure you're in an active guild with an active Discord, with players who give a shit, who will help you grow and help you achieve. It's going to make your Ancient Inheritance experience so much better. And frankly, it's going to make your entire Epic 7 existence better. I struggled and languished over leaving my old guild. And my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner, because it made everything about the game better. Join that Discord, check out the guild recruitment hall, get into a guild, get over. You're going to feel it. It's going to hit you in the gut. You're leaving people hanging. They rely on you. They depend over you. Get over that shit. Push that shit down. Take care of number one. You can't take care of number two if you don't take care of number one. Get into a guild that meets your needs. Trust me. Like I said, a month from now, you'll be sitting in that guild Discord with active people doing their jobs, a lot less stress on your shoulders, having fun, seeing that weekly bonus, getting that blue box every week, completing Ancient Inheritance, reaping the rewards, and you're going to be like, damn, TristenWulf was right. Trust me on this one. Get the hell out of a guild that you're not happy with. Join that Discord, check the recruitment hall, get into a solid guild that meets your needs, and start having fun with this game. All right, guys. Oh, my guild is cooked. Then talk to your other friends in the guild and say, guys, we've only got 10 of us here that are doing anything. The other 4 don't even log in. And even if they did, that's not enough to do Ancient Inheritance. There's 10, maybe 8 or 10 of us here that are good. Get into the guild recruitment hall and start DMing and saying, hey, we've got 5 or 6 of us that would like to stay together. Is there any guilds here we could merge into? And we will find ways to merge you in groups. Maybe we can't keep all 10 of you together into one guild, but I bet we've got families of guilds. The Prominent Pertinent family, they've got dozens of guilds that all use the same Discords. They all hang out together. How many times do you talk to each other with this in-game chat? I mean, you know, we mostly flex on each other, but it's just sharing gears. Not a lot of chatting happens in the in-game chat, right? Chatting happens in Discord. Yeah, Armies is from Pseudonet. He knows what I'm talking about. It's a huge family of guilds, and they all interact and chat with each other. So maybe we can't keep you in the same guild, but we can keep you in the same family. The Baka guilds are the same way. All of the Baka guilds hang out together in the Baka 7 Discord, in Cars Discord. And sure, all of us have different rooms for the different Baka guilds, you know, because we need to do in-guild stuff. But we also have general chat where we talk. We have voice chats where all the Baka guilds can hang out and talk to each other. So you can keep the family together and hang out together and make everybody in your guild have more fun. So do it. Do this thing. Trust me, you do not want to have your entire Epic 7 experience being trying to claw and scrape a guild that's hanging on by a thread, and you're losing sleep, making it a second job, running spreadsheets, DMing people, asking people for their frickin' cell phone numbers so you can text them when you can't reach them on Discord, trying to figure out who is and isn't attacking so you can threaten people and say, if you don't do your attacks next time, you're out. You're benched for two weeks because you don't. Oh my God. Don't jump into a guild that meets your needs. Whichever side of the coin you're on. Right? Whichever side of the coin you're on, our guild recruitment hall has got end game people. Late game, top 30 guild war end game. We don't give a shit about Guild War, really. Just don't be a hump. We're hyper casual. But we have fun and hang out together and do things. We are very welcoming to people who just started this game. For us, Guild Wars is a religion, and if you want to do Guild Wars at its highest end, maybe shout out Lunalark. You want to have a guild that's active but casual. They do Guild Wars, and they do it well, but they don't care about top 100. They clear their weekly stuff. They do AI. They complete AI just fine, but they don't go up your ass if you can't be the top winner of the team. Join Mangoville or Chun Fun. My buddy Lichbits runs Lichyard and Asylum. Very, very good casual guilds with people who have a very, very active Discord, but don't take themselves too seriously in Guild Wars. You want a high-end guild where you got some of the better RTA players and really good focus and structure and organization and one hell of a Discord where they will be really good at telling you how to build your units, how to get better, where there's constant ongoing discussion about achieving and striving and promoting the guild and being better. You want to join Nineveh, okay? Lopter is one of my best friends. He runs this guild, and if you want something that's structured and organized, but still, you know, ridiculously degenerate and fun, this is a good place to go. Yeah, Baka was in Nineveh for a while. Awesome group of people. But very competitive, very structured. Not exactly casual, but not oppressive either. Nobody gets kicked out because they weren't performing. They only get kicked out if they stop caring. So yeah. Pertinent, SLX, Invoke. We've got Europe servers. We got Asia servers. From early game to late game to end game. We got what you need. Join the Discord. Get into a good guild. Remember, when you change guilds, you have to leave your guild and you're on a 24-hour cooldown where you can't be in a guild. And then after that 24 hours is up, you can join the new guild. So Saturday is usually people's leave day, right? They do their guild wars on Friday, they get it done, then they ditch their guild for Saturday, they join back on Sunday, and they can get placed in a tower so they're there for Monday's guild war. So do your thinking on it, do your research, start DMing these recruiters, even if it looks like they're full, even if it says they're 30 out of 30, DM them. Because chances are, especially coming up against AI, they'll be like, oh, so you're active and wanting to play and excited? Yeah, you know what? That guy that hasn't logged in for 2 days, we're kicking him and making room for you. So even if it looks like they're full, if a guild looks like the guild for you, DM the recruiter and see if they can take you. And God forbid you can't find anybody to take you, shoot me a DM. I'll jump into the recruiters council. We'll discuss everything and try to find you a place. But it's between you and the recruiters to some of them will just be like, oh, you're a warm body, come on in. And others will be like, do a whole ass interview process where they'll ask you everything from your age to your social security number to your mother's maiden name and bank account number. Kidding, of course, but everybody's got their own process. Was there a balance patch to announce, Kay? Unfortunately, no. It's been delayed for some reason, and we don't know why. Smilegate North America doesn't know why either. So we're all waiting for Korea to wake up. It's like 4 in the morning there. Once Korea wakes up, hopefully we get some answers, but nobody knows why it's been delayed. Ask what we want to see, and then I start yapping about guilds. Hey man, I've got the attention span of a goldfish, Michael, so that's just gonna happen. You wanted to see a turn 2 Ran Cleave? I used to have that built. Because I do indeed have my fast Ran. And my turn 2 Ran, who's all about effectiveness. This is over 200 effectiveness. Makes sure he sticks his BS and strips. And I use this to great success before I started using the Roy and Sez and Melissa teams. But honestly, it was so long ago, I forgot about it. What about Tankran? He's an Ares Thief. He's kind of hard to build tanky, but I guess you could try. He's got so little health, man. He's only got like 5k health and like 500 defense. He's kind of glass to begin with. I'm still trying to build gear for my characters. You know what's really great, Lucian, for that? Is being in a guild that has people that know how to build characters and are willing to help you because they've got an active Discord with lots of people who chat instead of a Discord where it's just the same two people saying words every like 5 or 6 days. Haven't seen a blue box from your guild in like 3 weeks. Brother, man. It's Friday. We are behind, but we'll have this thing by tomorrow. It's so nice to be in a guild that clears it out fast. The fastest we've ever gotten it is on Fridays. We usually get them on Saturdays, every once in a while on Sunday. We've never missed one because we have active people. We kicked one guy who kind of dropped the game. We're picking up a replacement tomorrow. Okay, for real. I'll not yap. I'll pay attention. Did anybody have any questions or anything they wanted to see before we drop it off? But Tristen, I also have 2 accounts. How do you find time to pee? It's like, good Lord. I can barely manage 1 account and having a day job. I can't imagine having 2 accounts. That's crazy. But you know what? Hey. If you can handle it, you can handle it. Is the Headhunt last spot seeded? The Headhunt last spot is not seeded, but I'll explain how it works here real quick. We just heard this. So, once you uncover this last spot, you have an unlimited number of refreshes. It's not per day. You can literally just spend all of your currency refreshing this last spot over and over and over and over again. And if it refreshes and it procs something that's already on the board, you can refresh it for free. It doesn't charge you if it pops up a dupe. So you can sit here and just spam this until you get the unit you want. It's not seeded, but it's unlimited refreshes, with 30 of those refreshes being a free refresh. Or 29, I guess, because it doesn't charge you for dupes. So it is inconceivable that you don't get the unit that you want. It used to be you could only refresh this once per day, and that was kind of slow, but now they've taken that qualifier off of it. As long as you've got the currency, you can refresh it as often as you want, so you will definitely get the unit that you want. Yeah, Shio got Landy after 11 rerolls. Who is better, Bellion or Witchesaria? Witchesaria. You'll find way more uses for. But they're both very good. They're very different. They have very different jobs. But Briar, between Holy Sack and Ruel and Arby and all these meta units that center around Resurrection, Bri is just so damn good. DDR or Ufiend, DDR. Even with the existence of Schneel, I still think DDR is a top tier unit. Ufiend's a little harder to use, unless you don't give a rat's ass about RTA. You're just into PvE. Ufiend is really good in PvE. DDR doesn't do shit in PvE. I think it's the difference between DDR S tier, Ufiend A tier. They're both really, really good. It's not that one's bad, it's just that one's a little better. DDR or Bryceria? Tough call. I still lean towards DDR. Because Schneel is bannable. And if you late pick DDR, there's no chance for him to pick Schneel at that point. I still think you run people over. DDR Zeo. I'm going to say DDR only because the thing that made Zio so insane is he was the only Harsetti counter we have, and now Child Senya's coming along, and Tenya's gonna just destroy Harsetti's usability. It gives us a second answer to that unit, and I think, I still think DDR, but you're talking about 2 S-tier units. You're asking me, which do I like better, pizza or ice cream? Okay. Yeah, I think DDR, because Tenya is definitely going to fill the Harsetti counter role. I would agree. But Zio does enable a lot of insane bullshit. He does. And Zio's also a lot easier to build than DDR. Not that DDR is hard to build, but Zio is simple to build. I still don't like Tenya. It sounds way close to Tenga. I just like it because it really drives home that she's 10. Stop it. Get help. If you don't roll for young Senya, then I would go for Zio. Yeah, I could see that. But who's not going to roll for young Senya? Her kid is insane. But we're gonna do a new tier list. I was really hoping to have the patch notes before we did a new tier list, but with the advent of Senya and the advent of Schneel, we might have to redo the tier list. What types of units do you keep in the waiting room? Dupes that I want to put into new units when they come out. I keep one of everything in the waiting room. Most at double S for the 4 stars and 3 stars. That way, if a new unit comes out, like they came out with an ML Kawana, I've immediately can put Kawana into the ML Kawana and have a triple S ML Kawana. So I keep a double S of every unit. If a new ML Kali comes out, I can put a double S Kali into it and have a triple S ML Kali. So I always keep a double S of all the 4 stars, just so that I've instantly got triple S imprint when I need it. And you know, dupes of MLs that I've pulled, like Last Rider Corral, in case I ever decide I want to make like a second Last Rider Corral. I've been thinking about making a Lifesteal LRK. I'm just not sure where I'll use them that much. I got my Speed Rylet, who I use even less than my Lifesteal Rylet, so he went back into storage, so he's not taking up space. And I've got all of my 5-star RGBs, right? My, well, for example, we're all waiting for ML Death Metal Tamarin, right? Well, I'm ready for her when she comes out. I'm going to triple S that girl on the spot. So I just stored all my TAMs in there. Now, my normal Tamarin is not triple S yet, but my normal Tamarin, the imprints don't matter that much. She's just a PvE unit. So I stashed her in here so that I'll be ready for ML Tamarin. Would I go for triple S Bologna, Polly, I have Lua and Luna, or Dilibet, I have Hangai? Are you asking for imprint-wise, which imprint would I go for? Or are you saying, would I get Polly? I'm so confused by this guy, as Polly is not... Sea Phantom Polly or Designer Lilibet as new units, or just make your Bologna better? You always go for a new unit over an imprint. Every single time, especially with the way this game changes when they balance patch. So Bologna's off the table. Going from a double S to triple S, you're talking about 3% more attack. If you're going to use your Headhunt on 3% more attack, that sounds crazy to me. Oh wait, you're saying you don't have any of them, you just have so many regular Bolognas you could immediately triple S her. I got it. Okay. Do you play RTA? Okay, so here's the thing, right? Bologna is really good in PvE. She's a monster in Abyss. She can solo a lot of Nightmare Raid. She's just a really good solid clear unit. So if you do PvE, Lone Crescent is a fantastic freaking unit to have on your account. Lone Crescent is incredibly difficult to build because she uses very weird gear. Most people don't have high damage, high tanky gear with no crit. And you can do her counter, Destro, lifesteal, all kind of stuff, but she's kind of hard to build because she takes very unique gear. And she's not super usable in RTA. But in PvE, she's great. Sea Phantom Polly is probably the best unit in the game right now, especially seeing what Child Senya is going to do. Sea Phantom Polly is actually a counter to Child Senya, and we're going to need that. The resource reduction on her is insane. She's good in PvE as well as PvP, and she's probably going to be one of the more important RTA units with a resource reduction. She's not that hard to build because you don't need Giga Speed as long as you've got Guiding Light. You can run her slower. Her mere existence has her effect happen, and with Guiding Light, you can hide her, and people aren't going to be able to reveal her as easily because the way you reveal stealth is with AoE attacks, and we're getting a whole bunch of units where AoE attacks can get your ass handed to you from Senya to Mort. So, yeah, I think she is the best unit in the game right now. For PvP. But if you have Afternoon Soak Flan and you are abusing the hell out of this unit, Designer Lilibet is huge for you. Designer Lilibet's synergy with that unit is great, and Designer Lilibet is also a really good cleansing unit. She doesn't need Guiding Light, no. No, her mere existence works. Just Guiding Light keeps her from being targeted and killed. If you don't have Guiding Light, like, I'm not running her on Guiding Light, but I'm running her fast enough that I can usually take turn one, right? I'm not like 320 speed or anything, but I'm fast enough that when I pick her, I know she's the fastest unit on the team. I don't race with her, but since I don't race with her, I don't have to worry about speed nearly as much, so I don't have her on Guiding Light. Designer Lilibet is really, really, really good. In a debuff heavy meta, she's insane, but Designer Lilibet is, you know, she's not the easiest thing to build, and she is a unit that kind of needs a team built around her. Byako is going to kind of argue with me on this one. I do think she's S tier, but I think she's at the bottom of the S tier, whereas I think C Poly is at the top of S tier. Also, one of her best things was her synergy with and also against Flan, and we're getting units that are also going to help us solve Flan a little bit. Sea Phantom Polly counters her more than she counters Sea Phantom Polly. Right? She cuts her she focuses her fighting spirit. It doesn't matter. Fighting spirit. She cuts her fighting spirit in half. It makes her harder for her to cleanse. So Sea Phantom Polly can actually, you know, you can let debuffs be on the team if you have Sea Phantom Polly, and Designer Lilibet has a harder time dealing with it. So yeah. All things being equal, not knowing anything about how you like to play or what other units you have on your account, I would recommend Politis. But there's nothing wrong with either of the other two. You go with the one that you're going to have the most fun with. And if you think you're going to do disgusting things with Bologna, pick her and send pictures. If Designer Lilibet's going to pull your team together and you're going to have fun with that, that's who you go for. Don't let anybody tell you that one top tier pick is more important to you than the other, right? You go with what's going to be fun for you. But if you want the meta, then it's C-Poly. Hey, Mock. For Mock. Thank you for the sub, buddy. I appreciate the prime. Solitaire deals with Flan. She kind of does, yeah. I think their Moonlight event is going to get a selector in the next few months. Probably an RGB selector. I doubt we'll see an ML selector, but who knows? ML selectors are insanely rare. This is the closest thing we've come to an ML selector, and boy, do they make you work for it. Was the balance patch announced? It has not been. And North America Smilegate's response is, we don't know what's going on either. We got to wait till Korea wakes up and ask them. So it'll probably be a couple of days before we know for sure what's going on with the balance patch. All I can say for right now is it's delayed. The last one almost killed the game, no? I thought the last one really, like, lit a fire under the game. Last one made all kinds of crazy changes. I like seeing them throw bricks into the puddle. It's just they need to rebalance when they go too far on certain things, and I think they've done it, right? They went too far on Harsetti, so they're rebalancing. They went too far on DDR, so they're rebalancing. Oh, the ML5, yeah, the last ML5 selector was in 2019, and the game nearly killed itself, and the ML selector didn't help. Every time I go think back to those days, I'm shook that we made it past 2019. Has Hellion Lua buff made any good changes yet? I have been here streaming with you guys, yapping about guilds and ancient inheritance and doing arenas. I've legitimately not watched anybody play RTA yet. On paper, I'm pretty sure she's going to be busted as hell because she's already busted as hell, guys. I don't think you guys, maybe you've not seen this or not, but Epic 7 GG site. Hero analysis. Hellion Lua. This is a 50% win rate in Masters. This is a 51% win rate. Only 38 heroes have a higher win rate than her in Champs. Emperor, it's even more disgusting. 52% win rate. 61% win rate in Legend. You know how hard it is to make a 61% win rate in Legend? This is, I suspect, the highest win rate of any unit in the game, except for maybe Harsetti. Let's see. Let's see. Heroes. Harsetti. In Legend. Lua's a bad unit. She only had a 4% higher win rate than the highest win rate unit in the game that everybody's complaining about and has been crying for a nerf for weeks. Bad unit. This data is from before the buff. This is last week. I'm telling you guys. And what did they do to Lua? They took away her counters. They made her not give a shit about Mort. Yeah, I think Lua is going to be crazy, crazy good, but I gotta be fair. I've not witnessed it. I've not seen people using her. And what is this site? If you want this site, guys, just type into any search bar, just type in Epic 7 GG, like good game, like what you say to people after you crush them in arena, and it's the first link. Will take you right to it. And you can go in here and you can type in your own name. Shit. Select what server you're on first, and then type in your own name. Find yourself on the list, select it, search, and you can look at your own statistics. You can see your win rate. Given I only did 6 fights this season, but we can look at last season, right? At a 70% win rate, I only did like 67 fights because I don't really give a shit about RTA. Season before that, Oath season, I did a whole fuck ton of fights because I was pushing for Emperor. I missed it by this much. Missed it by 2 fights. But I still maintain a 55% win rate. You can look at your most picked units. Yeah, I was cleaving last season, for sure. Everybody that says I'm a cleaver, does it look like I was cleaving last season? Oh, wait, sorry. That's the last season. Does it look like I was cleaving last season? I know how to play other than cleave, guys. It's cool. But you can look at your most won units. You can review your fights. You can look at the details on the fights, what your enemy stats were, what the enemy artifacts were, what your artifacts were, who got the kills, who didn't get the kills. You know, all the data is here, and it's really kind of, especially if you get with like somebody who's going to teach you about RTA, train you with RTA, they're going to pull up the site and go over a lot of this data. But another thing is the hero analysis tab, where you can legitimately look at, let's see, this season for champion, and we're going to look at the units. BBK has a 34% pick rate and a 53% win rate, and she's banned 20% of the time. If the enemy picks BBK, she's weak against these heroes. If you pick BBK, she's good to pair with these heroes. You can legitimately teach yourself how to play a game. I just pulled Harsetti. I just won the game until the 12th. How can I use her? Let's see. I need to make sure I don't pick Harsetti into these guys, and I want to make sure I do pick Harsetti with these guys. It's weird that she's weak against it and strong with it. That just shows how insane BBK is. In fact, BBK is good with everything and good against everything because BBK is just a fucking monster. There's lots of really cool data in this game, in this site. And you can see, you know, how usable the unit is based on what season it is or was, what rank you are.
Yet not very good gear, no speed gear above 240 benefit from getting Hellion Lure while she's available.
You can see the current rankings for RTA. So, yeah, lots of good data on the GG site. Second, guys, my headset just died. I don't know, I find cleave very satisfying and fun. It's not fun to be cleaved, but it's kind of fun to do it. You always want to be the guy that just flexes and destroys things. With someone being champion 5 yet and not very good gear, no ski gear above 240, benefit from getting Helialua while she's available. Currently, no. I would probably recommend, with what you just described to me there, I would probably recommend skipping on her and saving it for an ML5 that's more suited to your current play level, right? A DPS ML5, maybe a ML Hua Young if she's next, maybe ML Alencia if she's next, maybe one of the ML5s that's in the next batch of 4. If you're getting her now, you're getting her as an investment hero, saying, I'm slow now, but 6 months from now, I'll be faster, and a year from now, I'll be giga fast. But you also got to consider, 6 months to a year from now, Lua might get power crept and no longer be a usable unit. So I don't recommend buying things that are beyond your means. I had the same thing when somebody said, should I pick up Sylvan Sage Vivian from the coin shop? I was like, go find a Cancer mage that's 5-star in your roster somewhere. Any 5-star Cancer mage in your roster, and try to build it. Because any... Who's a 5-star Cancer mage? Somebody help me out here. I don't know why I thought it was Ram. Well, anyway, any 5-star Cancer mage will have the exact same stats as Sylvan Sage Tempest Surin. It needs to be a 5-star and a mage. Tenebria, thank you. Okay. If I put Sylvan Sage's Vivian's gear on this Tenebria, she will have the exact same stats that are shown right here. If I put all this gear on Tenebria, this will be Tenebria's stat line. If I put Tenebria's current gear on Sylvian, Sylvian's stat line will be the same as Tenebria's stat line. So you can actually try to build a unit. So you go into Tenebria and you say, hey, I want her on, I want my Sylvan Sage to be on Lifesteal, and I want my Sylvan Sage to be on a crit set, and I want her to have good attack, I want her to be bulky, I want her to be okay speed, I want her to have high crit damage, and I don't care about these, and you build it, and you go, wow, okay, I can't build Sylvan Sage Vivian. Maybe I don't pick this unit. Maybe I don't pick this unit until I can build this unit. That's too much crit damage. Pull the crit damage down, push the HP up a little. That's not enough defense. Let's put the defense up a little. That's not enough crit chance. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Until you're sure you can build the unit. Notice it took pieces right off Sylvie, and it kind of knew what I was looking for. Or you can also use Fribbles. Fribbles definitely makes that a lot easier, but if you don't have Fribbles, you can still try in game, and you can try it before you buy it. make sure you can build the units. Some units are giga difficult to build, like Sylvan Sage Vivian, like Arya, 2 of the hardest units to build in the game. Some are insanely easy to build, like Zio, one of the easiest units to build in the game. Or Requiem Moana, pretty damn easy to build. Other units kind of hover right in the middle, like Harsetti and Ludwig. So yeah, make sure you can build the units. And as you've discovered, you don't quite have what it takes to build a functional ML Lua. So you're basically pulling it as an investment hero to build it later and hoping that the unit is still relevant by the time you're able to finish it. That doesn't sound like a good plan to me, man. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but feels like a bad investment. The lifesteal gears from the Abyss floors, 93 for the 99. Are those good for Sylvian? Yeah. Yeah, I think I've got some of those on my Sylvian. Let me look. That's one of them. Bloodthirsty Ring. That's one from the Abyss. I think that's the only one I've got on her. But that's probably because I've got other lifesteal units that also took some pretty high-end gear. %50 crit chance. Come on. You know what? The nice thing about Sylvian is she's a bruiser. People talk about this all the time, right? If it's not 100% crit, it's 50% crit. That only matters on single target nuke and cleave units, right? For example, your Zahak. If your Zahak misses his crit, then Zahak has failed. He doesn't have anything else that really does a lot of damage, and he's glass and gonna die. So he's not gonna make it, right? But, Fire Obby's a bad example. She always crits. But Sylvan Sage Vivian? She misses a crit? Whatever. She'll kill him next time. Because she's really hard to kill. She's got built-in damage mitigation. She's tanky. She AoEs when you burn her S1 and when you S3. She self-heals. She's got barriers. She's sticking around. She's life-stealing. If she doesn't crit, it's a nuisance. But it didn't really slow you down. Bruiser units, you can afford to run lower crit. I've seen bruiser units successfully run with 85 to 90% crit chance. And once in a while they don't crit. And it kind of sucks. But it didn't change the outcome of the fight. It rarely changes the outcome of the fight. But units where their entire job is blowing shit up, you kind of want to don't mess around with the crit on those units. Because if they don't crit and the enemy survives, they gonna die. Can you see my Lionheart? Sure. She's kind of in shambles right now, so don't judge me. She lost a lot of her gear. But another good example. What happens if Lionheart doesn't crit? Nothing. She just kills him next time. Because she's constantly self-healing. And she's pretty tanky. And she's very unlikely to be one-shot by a sneeze. So I'm fine with her not being 100% crit. I'd be fine with her being 90% crit. She'd still get the job done. So yeah, don't fret the lack of crit too terribly much when it's a bruiser unit or an AoE unit, right? AoE units are another cast, right? My Landy's at 94% crit chance. I've never regretted it because it let me have very high damage and pretty high speed on her. And every once in a while, she doesn't kill, but she AoEs with an S3 and CR pushes the whole team up. And you know what? She crit on 3 of them. Maybe not all 4, but she crit on 3 of them. She did the damage, and then the rest of the team takes care of the job. And if getting 6% more crit drove this down to 250 crit damage, that's a bad change. 94% crit at 300 crit damage, way better than 100% crit at 250 crit damage. So when you're toying around with Fribbles and you're building units, think about them. If they are AoE, maybe go down to 95%. If they're Bruiser, maybe go down to 90%. It's what people laughingly refer to as legend tier crit chance, legend build crit chance, because a lot of these legend players are min-maxing their build so much that they're like, I know it's not 100%, but 95% of the time I can do shit that I could never do at 100%, and I'm running it. And if I lose 5% of my fights, that's fine, because I'm winning 95% of my fights. So yeah, anytime you hear somebody referring to legend tier crit chance, it's when they're talking about, like, it's the most insane Janua you have ever seen in your entire life. It's 4,000 by 350 at 260 speed, and you're like, oh my god, that's insane, but he only has 93% crit chance. And the guy who built it said, yeah, 7% of the time it doesn't work. But the 93% of the time, it kills everybody, no matter how much money they spend on the game. And a lot of legend players, a lot of tournament players, they roll that dice. They take those chances. Aragold, just search for Epic 7 GG in YouTube and it'll pull it up. But Epic 7 GG, and it's the first link. Here you go. You can also access it in-game if I'm not mistaken. You can go to Arena, you can go to World Arena, and down here, is it down here? Match History, is that where it is? Yeah, Match History, boom, takes you right to the GG site. So you can access it from actually inside your game. Yeah, and if you want to know about Fribbles, just type in TristenWulf Fribbles. And there's a video on how to install it and a basic overview of how to use it. I've got a master class on how to sit up and make it spin cooking. I just haven't finished rendering the video yet. But this will walk you through downloading, installing, setting up, importing, and how to use the basics of it. May you see my Mort build. Okay, and then we've really got to wrap it up, guys. It's almost 3 and I haven't had breakfast yet. Mort, the great Mortellix. This is him now. I am considering dropping the speed set, taking him down to about like 180, 190 speed, and changing him to destruction and putting more damage on him. I'm back and forth on it. I kind of like the speed. I kind of like getting the fear off quickly, especially with Harsetti kind of going away. I'm back and forth on if I want to keep him fast or if I want to slow him down and jack his damage up. Probably next weekend when we have free unequip, I'll try it and see which one I like better. But this is my speed build. Add 60% crit damage, or sorry, add 70% crit damage to him. No, 60% crit damage to him and knock 30 to 40 speed off of him, and you would have the destruction build that I think I want to put together. I think I can keep all the other stats the same. I built Counter Mort, and I don't like it. Yeah, it seems like kind of a waste, bro. Oh, somebody asked me earlier about, is Unity set really good on DDR since his S1 can't trigger a dual attack? I think you don't quite grasp how Unity set works, right? This skill doesn't trigger a counterattack. This stat is about things that happen not on his turn, okay? That means when other people S1, when other people on the team S1, he has 11% chance to jump in and attack with them. So yeah, this works fine. When he S1s, other people's dual attack chance doesn't work because he won't trigger a dual attack. But when other people S1, he has an 11% chance to jump in, and when he jumps in, he injures them and puts them to sleep. Money. I think Unity set is best in slot on Death Dealer Ray. Some people say I'm coping and that I'm crazy. it's won me so many fights. So many fights. It is so good. It's so good to see them spam the Angry Vildred emote when they think they just got 3%ed, but they really got 11%ed. And he jumped in and slept them like that. I love it. I love it. By the way, I'm new to the game. What are reforgeable equipments exactly? 85 gear. Level 85 gear only. Once you get level 85 gear... Once you get level 85 gear to plus 15... Ew. God, that went horribly. Once you get level 85 gear to plus 15, you have the option to reforge it. And when you reforge it, it will spend this currency that you get from doing hunts and expeditions. And that will take it to level 90, which you see increases all the skills on there. It'll increase skills that weren't rolled a little bit, and skills that had rolls into it, it'll increase them substantially more based on the number of rolls that went into it. You spend gold, and boom, that's how you turn level 85 gear into level 90 gear. You can only reforge 85 to 90. There is no reforge mechanic for 88, 78, 80 gear, any of that kind of stuff. It's just for changing level 85s to level 90s. Man, that was disappointing. And then there's modification gems. Modification gems are where you can click modify, and you can use these things that you also pick up from expeditions and other places in the game, where you can change a stat to something that you want. Like, say, I really, really did not want this 5% effect resistance. That instead I wanted this to be more health. So I could do this, and it would modify it, and it would change it anywhere from 4 to 6% randomly health. Or I could just try to improve the 5%. This would be 5 to 9. I have a chance to make it better effect resistance. I recommend not modifying any stats. Oh, and of course, the higher the stat, the more rolls that went into it. You see, if I modify this to % defense, it'll go up to 9%. But this one had a roll into it. There's 2 rolls, so this one could go as high. No, this one didn't have a roll. I swear I had a flat roll in there somewhere. Was it attack where I had a roll? Guys, did this penta roll speed and it's only 20? Ain't no way. This was a penta roll speed and it was only 20. Oh, no, it's purple gear. It's purple gear. That's why. Okay, never mind. It's just quad. It's quad. Okay. But I rolled speed 4 times, so if I mod that, it could go much, much higher, right? Because there was 4 rolls as opposed to only 1 roll, so the modification is better. But I gotta tell you, never modify something that's got more than 2 rolls into it, right? Because there's no going back. There's no modding it back the way it was. Let me find a quick example for you. This piece right here, right? I decide I want to modify this crit chance into 18% effectiveness, and then I want to go back. I try to mod it back into crit chance. I'll never get that last 4 crit chance back, because there's more than 1 roll into this. Once there's more than 1 roll into it, it's a little dangerous to modify, right? I'll never quite get back the former glory of the piece if it's had multiple rolls in it. Whereas this, I could modify to health, and if I change my mind and go back to speed, I could easily get the 3 speed back. So one of the things about modifying a piece is make sure you're damn sure about this modification if you're going to potentially lose gear score. Damn sure that nobody else is ever going to want this piece. Or only modify pieces that you have a way back. Okay? So that's my advice to you on modifications. Whether or not to mod a piece of gear is really something you should ask a veteran of the game about. Which is really nice if you're in a guild that's really active and has lots of people who will help answer questions like that. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Remember, you can only modify one stat. So if you modify speed, you can no longer modify anything else. And if it's a piece of gear that rolled really crappy and you think that's it, that piece rolled really, really crappy, so I'm going to go to the Steel Workshop and reset that piece and try to make it roll better, make sure you don't modify the piece, because once you modify a piece, you can never reset it. Ever. Reset only works on unmodified pieces. This piece was pretty crazy, right? We looked at this piece and we're like, what a hunk of garbage. None of these stats go together. Like, it would only be good if it only rolled into effectiveness and crit damage, or effectiveness and health. And then it only rolled into effect resistance and health. It was... I think chat was actually legitimately mad at me that it rolled perfectly, because this... none of this stuff goes together, but since it focused on just these two stats... wonderful. Yeah, this looks great because the equipment score. Everybody gets all excited about equipment score, but is this a bad piece? It's only 90 equipment score, guys. What about this one? It's 89 equipment score. Should I sell it? It's not even 90. I should sell this, right? 90 equipment score. How about this one? It's 83 equipment score. I mean, 20 speed effectiveness is nice, but it's only 83 equipment score. It's after Reforge, it's only 83. I should sell it, right? Everybody says if it's not at least 85 equipment score, that we should keep it. Yeah, it's under 85 equipment score. We definitely sell this. Yeah. Fuck that. Anybody tells you just look at equipment score? No. Look at the stats. Look at their synergy. A lot of weird things happen. A lot of stats, especially when it focuses on a stat. When you get quad and penta rolls into crit chance, or quad and penta rolls into speed, or quad or penta rolls into crit damage, you can get some really low gear score pieces that are really, really good for your account. So don't just use equipment score as your metric, right? You think this 87 equipment score thing bothered me with a speed set piece that's got 38% crit damage on it? So, yeah. Anything about the balance patch yet? Just joined. Smilegate North America's response was, we have no idea, but we're going to try to find out. And it's about 5 in the morning in Korea right now, so we probably won't find out. Korea will probably respond to them when it's about 5 in the morning here in North America, which means we probably aren't going to know for a couple of days. All I can tell you is it's been delayed and nobody knows why. So I guess we'll find out. Yeah, that's one problem when you've got like organizations on different ends of the planets communicating, and one tells the other to tell the community. That's why there's almost always a little. Yeah, I love the theory of, whoa, we had the balance patch. It was ML Lua. She was the entire balance patch. We're done. All right, guys. Biako, hope you're streaming, because I'm going to raid somebody now, because I am hungry. I want to go get some food. Oh my God, that's right. It's Fix It Friday. Biako, are you streaming? Biako. Where's my content, Biako? Okay, I'm sending you guys all over to I'm Sue. He is doing Fix It Friday, which is his special thing he does Friday, where you can jump into channel 4554. And you can post your build. Actually, I think he's doing it through his Discord now. But anyway, you can post a build for a unit. And you can say, hey, Sue, what do you think of this unit? And you can just be flexing on him, or you could legitimately asking, how can I make this better? Where can I use it? And he will diagnose it and talk about it, tell you how to improve it, tell you what it synergizes well with, tell you ways to make it better, or whether or not he just gives it a big thumbs up. Really, really good resource for new players who are struggling with how to build units. It's a good chance to just watch and get advice on how to build some of the best units in the game. So go give Sue a follow. Wish him happy birthday. A lot of people don't know it's Sue's birthday again, so make sure you say happy 38th birthday, Sue. I will catch you guys next time. Hey, and thanks for all the support. You guys rock. Appreciate all the help with AI and everything this morning. I don't care what Biako says. You guys are amazing. Catch you later.